Hello, and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. Tonight's story begins beside a dying man's bed in a cold stone chamber in the town of Pontoise, north of Paris, in December of the year 1244, where a French king not yet 30 years old had stopped breathing, by the account of more than one attendant standing in that same room, for long enough that a woman at his own bedside had already begun drawing a sheet up over his own face before he suddenly, and to the genuine astonishment of everyone gathered there, drew breath again and asked, in a voice several accounts describe as barely audible, for the cross to be brought to him, not a crucifix to comfort a dying man, though there was one of those already in the room, but the cloth cross of a crusader sewn onto cloak and shoulder that a man took up when he swore to sail east and fight for Jerusalem, a vow Louis IX of France made, by his own later insistence to everyone who tried gently to talk him out of it in the weeks that followed, not in a fevered delirium he could later disown, but in a single moment of terrible clarity in which he believed, with complete and settled conviction, that he was making a promise to God with what remained of his own dying breath. He recovered. He recovered fully within days, to the relief of a kingdom that had very nearly lost its own king, and he spent the following 4 years, and a very great deal of his own kingdom's own money, and eventually a very great deal of his own kingdom's own blood, making absolutely certain that a vow made on what he had genuinely believed was his own deathbed would not go the way of so many other crusading vows. This channel has already shown you sworn in a moment of sincere emotion, and quietly, respectably allowed to lapse once the emotion itself had passed, and the ordinary business of governing a kingdom had reasserted its own more comfortable claims. To understand how a king recovering from a fever in a cold room outside Paris came to lead, 4 years later, the largest and most carefully financed crusading army the 13th century would ever actually assemble, and to lose nearly the whole of it in a flooded river delta, to a dynasty that did not even exist when he first took his own vow, we have to go back further than that single bedside moment. Back past the very crusade this channel has already told you about in full in another story told in this room, the year X, the one that watched an excommunicated emperor talk his own way into Jerusalem through patient conversation rather than through the sword, and further back still to a catastrophe this channel has already described in careful and painful detail, the summer of 1244, when a wave of displaced Khwarezmian mercenaries swept into Palestine and sacked the very city Frederick II had recovered without a drop of blood only 15 years earlier, undoing, in a single violent season, the one genuinely quiet decade this whole 2-century crusading movement had ever actually managed to produce. That earlier catastrophe matters enormously to tonight's story, not because we're going to retell every detail of it again from the beginning, this channel having already walked you through the sack itself, the desecrated tombs within the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and the quarter-century of demolished, never-rebuilt walls that made the city so catastrophically easy to take in the earlier account of the Sixth Crusade. But because the news of that same sack, reaching France in the months that followed, landed on a young king already recovering from a fever that had shown him, with unusual and unwelcome clarity, exactly how little time any of us are actually promised, and it was the collision of those two things, a private brush with his own mortality, and a very public atrocity committed against the holiest city in his own faith, that produced the Crusade. This whole story is going to spend the next long while trying to explain to you. We are not going to rush past that collision tonight, tempting as it is to leap straight to the landing craft and the burning ships and the flooded canal that make this story's own climax so viscerally dramatic, because the Seventh Crusade only actually makes sense, only tells us anything true about how the most personally devout, the most administratively disciplined, and by nearly every surviving account the single most genuinely virtuous king this whole crusading movement ever produced, could still lead an army into total catastrophe. Once we understand that this crusade was built, quite deliberately, to be a second and considerably more thorough correction, an attempt by a king who had studied both of this channel's own earlier crusading failures with real and evident care, to avoid the divided command that wrecked the Fifth Crusade and the institutional distrust that poisoned the Sixth. And once we understand, too, exactly how thoroughly getting both of those earlier lessons right still was not enough, because the two crusades this channel has already told you about in this room had each, in their own different ways, been undone by a failure of leadership, and this crusade was going to be undone by something else entirely, a failure that no amount of unified command or personal piety could have actually prevented, because the river that had already ruined one crusade a generation earlier was still exactly where it had always been, and the city built specifically to remember that earlier ruin was still standing directly across it, waiting, with a patience no army this channel has described across its several crusading stories ever seemed to fully appreciate, for the next army foolish enough to march straight at it. Let us say the thesis plainly, here at the very beginning, the way we like to on this channel, so you know the shape of the long night ahead of you. This is a story about a king who did nearly everything right, who built a harbour because his own kingdom didn't have one, who saved for 4 years before he spent a single coin of it on ships, who kept a single, unified, uncontested command of his own army the entire length of the campaign, who never once let a legate's authority collide with a king's, the way this channel has already shown you it colliding so catastrophically a generation earlier, and who still marched his own army, in the end, into a trap that had already claimed a crusade before his own, at a city whose own name, translated plainly out of Arabic, means nothing more mysterious than the victorious, because it had been built and named for exactly that purpose, to commemorate a victory already won over crusaders who had come this same way once before. It is a story about a prince whose own single reckless charge, made in a moment several of his own contemporaries actually understood and even privately admired, unmade an entire campaign's own careful discipline in the space of a single afternoon. It is a story about a sultan's own death, concealed for months by a wife who forged his own signature on documents so skillfully that an army camped only a few miles away never once suspected the man they believed they were negotiating with had already been dead for weeks. It is a story about a dynasty, one that did not exist when this whole crusade first sailed from a harbour built specifically for it, born in the space of a single violent afternoon out of the wreckage this same crusade left behind, a dynasty that would go on within a single generation to finish what a century and a half of crusading warfare had never quite managed to accomplish, the complete and final expulsion of every Christian foothold this whole movement had ever won in the Holy Land. And it is a story we will keep returning to across the whole of tonight's telling, as an image of a river crossing, a single, narrow ford across a Nile canal that a local guide showed a hesitant vanguard for a price several accounts still argue about today, a crossing that felt, in the single, reckless hour after it was made, like the doorway to Cairo itself, and that turned out within days to have been a doorway to something considerably closer to the opposite. Before we drift into the rest of this story, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, and if you have a spare moment and it feels right. This channel is trying to reach 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of you who takes that quiet small step actually helps this little corner of the internet keep going. And if you would like to watch these stories a little earlier than everyone else, The newest episodes now go up first over on Spotify for creators before they ever reach this channel, and the link to follow along there is sitting in the description below, waiting for whenever you feel like finding it. And if you feel like it, leave your location and your local time down in the comments. It helps other restless, sleepless people find their way to this little corner of the night, and there is something pleasant about knowing that somewhere far away a stranger is settling under the same dark sky, listening to the same slow story, carrying their own day, whatever it held, into the same quiet, unhurried dark this whole channel exists to offer you. So get comfortable, let your shoulders sink into the bed, settle in for a long and unhurried night, and let yourself ease into the story of the Seventh Crusade, the campaign that came east with more money, more discipline, and more genuine unity of command than either of the two crusades this channel has already told you about in this room, and that still ended with its own king, a prisoner, and its own army broken on the banks of the same river that had broken the crusade before it. A story that began, as so many of the stories told in this room begin, not with an army at all, but with a single, private, terrified prayer beside a sick bed. A king who bargained with God and meant to keep the bargain. It is worth pausing at real length on Louis IX himself before this story follows him east, because understanding why this particular king kept a vow that so many other crowned heads across this whole crusading movement's own 2-century history had quietly allowed to lapse, requires understanding something of the genuinely unusual character of the man making it, a king raised from earliest childhood under the close and famously exacting personal supervision of his own mother, Blanche of Castile, a Spanish-born princess of formidable political skill who had already governed the Kingdom of France as regent once before, during Louis's own long minority, with a firmness several contemporary chroniclers describe as verging on outright severity, and who had instilled in her own son, by nearly every surviving account, a personal piety that went considerably beyond the ordinary ceremonial religious observance expected of a medieval Christian king, a devotion several of Louis's own attendants describe him practicing in genuinely private and genuinely unglamorous ways, rising before dawn for prayer, washing the feet of the poor with his own hands, and hearing Mass with a regularity and a personal attentiveness several court observers found remarkable, even by the standards of an era in which royal piety was itself a fairly ordinary public performance. It is worth naming briefly, too, the actual physical man several surviving descriptions preserve for us, because Louis is remembered by nearly every account that bothers to describe his own appearance at all as tall, slender and fair-haired, a king several contemporaries describe carrying himself with a notable simplicity of dress that stood in genuine and rather deliberate contrast to the considerable extravagance several of his own royal contemporaries. This channel has already described Frederick II's own famously lavish Sicilian court. Generally favoured, Louis reportedly preferring plain, undyed cloth to the rich furs and jewels a king of his own rank might otherwise have been expected to display, a small detail of personal habit that several modern historians read as entirely consistent with the same rigorous, unshowy piety. This story has already shown you shaping nearly every other aspect of his own character. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly this same instinct for personal simplicity actually shaped his own conduct on Crusades specifically, because several surviving accounts describe Louis, even at the height of his own royal authority, commanding a considerable army, sharing meals and sharing hardship with his own ordinary soldiers to a degree several contemporaries found genuinely remarkable. A king who understood. This story has already shown you across the whole of tonight's telling that his own crown carried a personal moral obligation rather than simply a personal privilege, an understanding that would go on, this same story has already shown you, to carry him through 4 further years of unglamorous rebuilding work in a Holy Land his own crusade had already, by any strict military measure, lost. It is worth pausing too on the specific and rather striking way Louis chose to make his own private piety publicly visible in the years immediately before this crusade, because in 1239, 5 years before the illness at Pontoise that would eventually send him east, Louis had purchased, at an almost unbelievable price, what he and his own age believed to be the crown of thorns itself, together with a fragment of the true cross and a number of other relics of the Passion, from Baldwin II, the perpetually cash-strapped Latin Emperor of Constantinople. This channel has already described ruling over the fractured empire the Fourth Crusade had carved out of that same city, a transaction that cost Louis's own treasury a sum several surviving records place at roughly 135,000 livres, a figure considerably larger than the entire annual income of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. This channel has already described struggling along on a fraction of that same amount, and Louis, having acquired this relic at a cost several of his own contemporaries found genuinely startling, built over the following decade a jewel box of a royal chapel in the heart of Paris specifically to house it, a structure known to this day as the Sainte-Chapelle, its own soaring stained glass walls consecrated only months before Louis himself departed on the very crusade this story is about to describe, a king who spent a fortune building a house for a crown of thorns before he ever spent a single coin preparing to fight for the city where that same crown had first been placed on a different head entirely. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly this same relic purchase actually connects back to the story this channel has already told you of the Fourth Crusade, because Baldwin's own desperate need to sell off his own empire's most sacred relics, piece by piece to European buyers, represents, in miniature, exactly the kind of slow institutional decay this channel has already described the Latin Empire of Constantinople, suffering through in the decades following its own catastrophic founding, a fractured and chronically impoverished Christian state, born of one crusade's own worst atrocity, reduced within a single generation to selling off the very objects of veneration that were supposed to lend its own rule spiritual legitimacy, simply to keep its own treasury solvent for another year. A quiet and rather melancholy footnote this channel offers, because it reminds us once again how directly the consequences of one crusade's own catastrophe rippled outward into the financing of a wholly different crusade sworn a full 4 decades later. It is worth pausing too on the specific character of Louis's own personal justice, because it's shaped, in ways this story will keep returning to across tonight's telling, both the reputation that would eventually see him canonized and the particular blend of rigidity and genuine compassion that marked his own conduct on crusade. Several surviving accounts describing Louis personally hearing the legal petitions of his own ordinary subjects seated beneath an oak tree in the royal gardens at Vincennes, a practice several modern historians treat as at least partly legendary in its own specific staging, but genuinely rooted in Louis's own well-documented habit of making himself personally accessible to petitioners of every rank, a king who understood his own royal authority at its own deepest foundation as a personal moral responsibility rather than as a simple hereditary privilege, a temperament that would go on. This story is going to show you across the whole of tonight's telling to shape his own crusade in ways both genuinely admirable and, in more than one specific decision, still ahead of us tonight, genuinely and tragically costly. It is worth naming, honestly, the considerably harder edge that same rigid personal piety could also produce, because this channel does not want to build you a saint tonight without also showing you the man beneath the eventual sainthood, and Louis, only a few years before the illness at Pontoise, had personally overseen one of the more genuinely troubling episodes of his own entire reign, the Disputation of Paris in 1240, a formal and heavily one-sided trial of the Talmud itself, conducted before Louis's own court, that concluded with the public burning of some 24 cartloads of Hebrew manuscripts in the streets of Paris only 2 years later, an act several modern historians describe as one of the most significant single blows against medieval European Jewish scholarship this entire century produced, rooted in exactly the same absolute and uncompromising certainty about the singular correctness of his own faith that would, within only a few years, carry Louis and an entire army east to fight for Jerusalem, a single personality producing from the very same well of conviction both a genuinely compassionate concern for the ordinary poor of his own kingdom and a genuinely severe and genuinely damaging intolerance toward anyone his own faith identified as standing outside its own boundaries, a both hands truth. This story is going to ask you to hold in mind across the whole of tonight's telling, rather than resolving too neatly in either direction. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the wider political inheritance Louis himself actually carried into this same moment of vowed crusade, because he had come to his own throne at only 12 years old, in 1226, following the sudden death of his own father, and had spent the whole of his own long minority governed in his mother's own name through a regency several of the kingdom's own great barons resented bitterly enough to rise in open and repeated rebellion against it. Blanche of Castile suppressing these same revolts across the following decade with a political skill several modern historians rank among the more impressive regencies this whole medieval period produced, so that the disciplined, unshakable royal authority Louis brought to this crusade a full 2 decades later had itself been forged, in no small part in the considerably less glamorous business of holding a fractious kingdom together while still a child too young to actually rule it in his own right. It is worth pausing, too, on how directly this same inherited instability shaped Louis's own particular understanding of what a crusading vow actually required of him, because a king who had spent his own childhood watching his own mother's authority openly and repeatedly challenged by men who judged a woman's regency, however capable, an insufficient guarantee of royal legitimacy, appears, by several modern historians' own reading, to have absorbed from that same experience a genuinely deep personal conviction that a king's own word, once formally given, could never again be allowed to look uncertain or negotiable, a conviction that would go on, this story has already shown you, to carry Louis through 4 years of patient preparation, rather than the kind of quietly abandoned vow this channel has already described more than one earlier crowned head across this whole crusading movement, eventually settling for instead. A council that excommunicated one emperor while proclaiming a crusade against another enemy entirely. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the considerably wider political drama unfolding across Christendom at the exact moment Louis first announced his own intention to take the cross, because the Pope who would formally proclaim this new crusade, Innocent IV, convened the great church council that did so, the First Council of Lyon, in the summer of 1245, in a city just across the border from Frederick II's own imperial territory, rather than in Rome itself, precisely because Innocent's own relationship with the very emperor this channel has already described achieving, through patient diplomacy, the single most successful crusade this movement had produced since its own first campaign, had by this point deteriorated into an open and bitter war. Innocent using this same council not merely to proclaim Louis's crusade to the Holy Land, but to formally depose Frederick from his own imperial throne, an act several contemporary observers describe producing genuine confusion across Christendom about which of the Church's own 2 great crusading priorities, the recovery of Jerusalem or the destruction of an emperor, the the papacy had come to regard as a mortal threat to its own independence actually mattered more in the eyes of Rome. It is worth pausing too on how strange and how genuinely uncomfortable this same overlap actually made Louis's own position, because a king preparing to lead a crusade explicitly authorised and blessed by a pope who was simultaneously conducting an entirely separate war, diplomatic and eventually military, against the very Christian emperor whose own earlier crusade this channel has already shown you achieving Jerusalem's recovery through exactly the kind of patient, personally conducted negotiation Louis himself would go on, in his own more rigid way, to explicitly reject, found himself trying to recruit French knights and French money for an expedition to fight Muslims in Egypt, at the very same moment those same knights were hearing, from the very same pulpits, that a crusade of an entirely different kind, one aimed at a fellow Christian ruler, was also being actively preached across considerable stretches of Germany and Italy. A genuinely confusing double message, several modern historians suggest diluted the wider crusading fervour across Christendom during exactly the years Louis most needed it concentrated. It is worth naming briefly how directly Louis himself actually responded to this same overlapping conflict, because several surviving letters describe the French king making real and repeated efforts across these same preparatory years to mediate personally between Innocent and Frederick, a king who understood, with a clarity several of his own contemporaries lacked, that a divided Christendom fighting two separate wars against two separate enemies at the very same moment was considerably less likely to succeed at either one. Mediation attempts that ultimately failed to produce any lasting reconciliation between Pope and Emperor, but that reveal, in their own quiet way, exactly the kind of careful, personally engaged diplomatic instinct this story is going to show you Louis applying, with rather less success, to an entirely different set of negotiations once he actually reached the East. It is worth pausing too on the specific financial machinery Innocent authorised at this same council to actually fund Louis's own crusade, because the pattern this channel has already traced in the story of the Fifth Crusade repeats itself here with only minor variation. A tax of 1/20th of ecclesiastical income imposed across the French Church for a period of 3 years, together with a considerably heavier direct levy Louis himself extracted from his own French clergy through more informal but no less persistent royal pressure. Several surviving diocesan records describing French bishops and abbots complaining, in terms this channel has already shown you their own counterparts, voicing a generation earlier during the Fifth Crusade's own financing, that the burden of this same taxation fell disproportionately on parish-level clergy of only modest means, while the kingdom's own wealthiest monasteries frequently negotiated partial exemptions through connections at the royal court. A quiet financial inequality. This whole crusading movement's own institutional history keeps producing, campaign after campaign, regardless of which pope or which king happened to be doing the actual collecting. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how considerably more centralised and considerably more thoroughly royal this same financing actually was compared to the Crusades this channel has already described funding themselves. Because unlike the Fifth Crusade's own broad pan-European ecclesiastical levy, or the Fourth Crusade's own catastrophic dependence on Venetian credit, this channel has already traced in painful detail Louis's own crusade drew the overwhelming majority of its own actual funding directly from the royal treasury of France itself, Louis having spent years, this story is about to show you in some detail, building precisely the kind of disciplined administrative machinery capable of accumulating and directing a sum several modern historians estimate at somewhere in the range of 1.5 million livres toward a single military campaign, a concentration of royal financial control considerably closer, in its own institutional character, to the kind of centralised Sicilian bureaucracy this channel has already described Frederick II building than to anything the more loosely organised crusading expeditions of the previous century had ever actually managed to assemble. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific preaching machinery that actually filled the ranks this same council authorised, because Innocent, understanding as Innocent III had understood a full 3 decades earlier during the preaching campaigns this channel has already described in the story of the Fifth Crusade, that a papal bull was only ever a set of words on parchment until ordinary men were actually persuaded, town by town, to take the cross, drew this time not chiefly on the secular parish clergy that earlier Crusades' own preaching network had relied upon, but on the considerably younger and considerably more zealous mendicant orders, the Franciscans and the Dominicans, both of them still, in the 1240s, well within living memory of their own founders. Francis of Assisi this channel has already described walking unarmed into Al-Kamil's own tent during the Fifth Crusade, and Dominic Guzman, whose own preaching order had been founded specifically to combat heresy through persuasion rather than through the sword. Friars from both orders fanning out across France, with a discipline and a doctrinal consistency several modern historians describe as considerably more uniform than the patchwork of local preachers earlier Crusades had generally depended upon. It is worth pausing too on how thoroughly this same recruitment actually concentrated itself within France's own borders compared to the considerably more pan-European musters this channel has already described assembling for the Fifth Crusade, because where that earlier expedition drew its own heaviest contingents from Hungary, from the German lands of the Empire and from Frisia, this new crusade drew overwhelmingly on Louis's own French nobility and on his own French kingdom's own considerable wealth, a geographic concentration that gave Louis a degree of direct personal command over his own army's own composition and loyalty. That Andrew of Hungary, John of Brienne, and Leopold of Austria, the 3 rival commanders this channel has already shown you dividing the Fifth Crusade's own authority so disastrously among themselves, had never actually possessed a single national crusade in a way this whole movement had rarely produced before, for better and, this story will show you before the night is through, in certain very specific respects, for worse as well. It is worth pausing, briefly, on Innocent IV himself, because understanding something of his own particular temperament helps explain exactly why the Church's own crusading energy in these same years split so awkwardly between Louis's own expedition to Egypt and an entirely separate war against Frederick, Innocent having been born Sinibaldo Fieschi, a Genoese nobleman and a trained canon lawyer whose own considerable legal expertise had already served the papacy for decades before his own election, a background several modern historians describe producing a pope every bit as legally exacting in his own dealings with secular rulers as Gregory IX. This channel has already described confronting Frederick a full generation earlier, and one who regarded the emperor's own continued defiance of papal authority in Italy as a threat to the Church's own institutional survival, serious enough to justify diverting real crusading energy and real crusading resources away from the Holy Land and toward the considerably closer and considerably more immediately pressing business of actually breaking Hohenstaufen power in Italy and Germany once and for all. It is worth pausing too on how directly Innocent's own considerable personal caution actually shaped his own relationship with Louis across these same preparatory years, because the Pope, having fled to Lyon specifically to escape Frederick's own military reach within Italy itself, depended on Louis's own French kingdom for a degree of practical protection and practical hospitality that gave the French king a genuinely unusual amount of independent leverage in his own dealings with Rome, several modern historians suggesting that Louis conducted the actual planning and financing of this crusade with rather less day-to-day papal interference than either Pelagius's own legate-dominated Fifth Crusade or Frederick's own excommunication-shadowed Sixth Crusade had ever actually enjoyed. A single, unusually independent royal crusade answering in practice considerably more to its own king's own judgment than to any close and continuous Roman oversight. It is worth pausing briefly on Odo of Châteauroux, the papal legate Innocent nonetheless attached to this same crusade, because he occupies a position. This story wants you to compare carefully against the legate this channel has already described dominating the Fifth Crusade's own command a full 3 decades earlier, since Odo, unlike Pelagius, never once attempted to override Louis's own royal authority or press an independent strategy against his own king's own judgment. Several surviving accounts describing a legate who confined his own role chiefly to preaching, to blessing the army's own conduct, and to the pastoral care of the sick and the dying during the campaign's own considerably darker later chapters, an entirely different and considerably more modest exercise of papal authority that removed, at a single stroke, the exact institutional flaw this channel has already shown you paralysing an earlier crusade's own command at the worst possible moment. It's worth pausing too on how directly this same absence of legate versus king conflict actually confirms and simultaneously complicates the lesson this whole crusading movement's own later planners this channel has already described drawing from the Fifth Crusade's own catastrophic collapse. Because Louis's crusade achieved, in the most literal sense, exactly the unified, uncontested royal command that Lesson had called for. A single monarch making every major strategic decision without any rival legate or rival king pulling in a different direction, and it still ended in total catastrophe. A genuinely important confirmation. This story has already told you once, and will tell you again before the night is through, that unified command, whatever real institutional problem it did solve, was never actually sufficient on its own to overcome a hostile river delta, a concealed sultan's death, and one prince's own reckless charge. A harbour built from nothing because the kingdom preparing to use it did not actually have one. It is worth pausing, at some length, on one of the more genuinely remarkable and genuinely underappreciated logistical facts of this entire crusade, because the Kingdom of France, for all its own considerable wealth and considerable population, did not, in the 1240s, actually possess a functioning royal port anywhere along its own Mediterranean coastline, the region's own existing harbours belonging either to the independent county of Provence or to the fiercely commercial and fiercely independent maritime republics. This channel has already described competing for advantage within Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade, and Louis, understanding that a crusade of the scale he was planning could not sensibly depend on foreign harbours, controlled by rulers whose own interests might not always align neatly with his own, undertook, across the years immediately following his own vow, the construction of an entirely new fortified port from marshy, largely uninhabited coastal ground near the mouth of the Rhone, a town that would come to be known as Aigues-Mortes, literally the dead waters, its own name drawn from the still brackish lagoons surrounding the site. It is worth pausing briefly on how genuinely unusual this same undertaking actually was within the wider pattern of crusading logistics this channel has already traced across its several earlier stories told in this room, because every previous crusade this channel has described, the first, the second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth alike, had departed from harbours that already existed, whether the great ports of Genoa and Venice, or the more improvised assembly points this channel has already described the Fourth Crusade struggling with on the island of Lido, and Louis's own decision to build a harbour from nothing, rather than negotiate terms with an existing maritime power, reveals something genuinely important about the particular character of both the man and the crusade he was building. a king determined, in a way none of his own crusading predecessors this channel has described had ever quite managed to be, to control every single link in his own campaign's own logistical chain rather than depend on the goodwill or the commercial self-interest of a merchant republic that might, as this channel has already shown you Venice doing to the Fourth Crusade, extract a price far steeper than any single contract's own written terms ever actually specified. It is worth pausing too on the sheer scale of construction this same undertaking actually required, because the walls and towers still standing today around Aigues Mortes, the Constance Tower chief among them, a massive round keep that served, in these same preparatory years, as both a fortress and a royal treasury for the Crusade's own accumulating funds, were raised across several years of sustained royal investment, drawing on stonemasons, labourers and engineers assembled from across Louis's own kingdom. A construction project several modern historians describe as itself one of the more significant works of 13th century French royal engineering, entirely apart from the crusade it was eventually built to launch, and it is worth naming plainly that this same walled town still stands today, remarkably well preserved, its own perfect rectangular circuit of medieval walls, drawing considerable numbers of visitors each year who walk the same ramparts from which Louis's own fleet once departed. A physical monument to 4 years of patient, unglamorous preparation considerably more visible in the present day than almost anything the actual crusade that sailed from it ever managed to leave behind in Egypt itself. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific naval contracts Louis's own administrators negotiated to actually fill this new harbour with ships, because the Crown of France, lacking any significant royal fleet of its own, turned instead to the same considerable maritime expertise this channel has already described the Italian republics possessing, contracting with Genoa and with Marseille for the considerable number of transport vessels, galleys, and specialised horse-carrying ships this whole expedition would require. Agreements several surviving financial records describe, negotiated with considerably more careful attention to fixed pricing and fixed delivery schedules than the notoriously open-ended arrangement this channel has already shown you the Fourth Crusade's own leadership entering into with Venice, a full 4.5 decades earlier, a lesson in contractual precision. Several modern historians suggest Louis's own administrators drew quite deliberately from watching that earlier catastrophe unfold. It is worth pausing, too, on the considerable logistical undertaking of provisioning a fleet of this size for a voyage and a campaign that would, in the end, stretch across the better part of 6 years, because surviving purchasing records from these same preparatory years describe astonishing quantities of salted meat, grain, wine, and cheese accumulated at Aigues Mortes across the months before departure. Several modern historians who have studied these same accounts, noting that the sheer scale of provisioning documented here exceeds, by a considerable margin, anything this channel has described any previous crusade managing to assemble in advance. A difference in preparation. This story is going to show you paying real dividends in the campaign's own opening months, and proving, in the campaign's own considerably darker later chapters, still not nearly enough. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific and rather considerable scale of ships and animals this same harbour actually needed to accommodate before the fleet could ever sail, because surviving contracts describe specially designed horse transport vessels, each one fitted with individual stalls and loading ramps engineered to carry a considerable number of destriers across open water without the animals injuring themselves or one another in transit. A specialised class of shipping several modern maritime historians regard as a genuinely significant advance in medieval naval logistics, and one that reflects, once again, exactly the kind of patient, detail-oriented planning this whole crusade had been built upon from its very first years, An army that intended, unlike more than one earlier crusading expedition, this channel is described improvising its own transport arrangements at considerable cost to arrive in Egypt with its own cavalry still fit to actually fight. It is worth pausing too on the specific mercenary expertise Lewis's own crown hired directly rather than relying solely on feudal levy, because surviving pay records describe a considerable body of Genoese crossbowmen contracted specifically for this campaign, professional soldiers whose own specialised skill with a crossbow, a weapon several modern military historians describe as requiring considerably more dedicated training to use effectively than the simpler bows more commonly carried by ordinary levied infantry, gave Louis's own army a body of genuinely elite ranged troops. This channel has already described earlier crusading armies generally lacking in anything like comparable numbers. Professional soldiers paid directly from the royal treasury rather than owing feudal service to any individual baron. A further small piece of evidence for exactly the kind of centralised, professionally organised military machine this whole crusade had been built to be from its very first years of patient planning. It is worth pausing too on whose shoulders the weight of financing all of this ultimately fell hardest, because the pattern this channel has already traced in the story of the Fifth Crusade repeats itself here with grim consistency. Surviving diocesan complaints from across France, describing parish priests of only modest means, forced to sell church plate, and even, in a number of documented cases, mortgage their own small personal holdings simply to meet the 20th demanded of them, while a considerable number of the kingdom's own wealthiest abbeys, possessed of influential connections at the royal court, negotiated reduced assessments or delayed payment schedules that left the practical burden of financing a king's own crusade falling, once again, disproportionately on the clergy and the ordinary lay people least able to actually absorb it. It is worth pausing, briefly too, on a further and rather more unusual piece of preparation Louis undertook in these same years, because in 1247, only a year before his own fleet finally departed, Louis dispatched a body of royal investigators known as enquêteurs across the whole of his own kingdom, empowered to receive and formally record complaints from his own ordinary subjects against royal officials, bailiffs, and seneschals, accused of abusing their own delegated authority. A genuinely striking piece of administrative reform several modern historians describe as without any real precedent in earlier French royal governance, Louis apparently judging that he could not, in good conscience, depart to fight a holy war on his own kingdom's behalf, while leaving behind him a body of local officials whose own conduct he had never actually bothered to formally examine. It is worth pausing too on how directly this same reform connects to the particular character this story has already shown you shaping nearly every other decision of Louis's own reign, a king who understood his own crusading vow. This story has already told you as a personal moral debt owed directly to God, and who appears to have understood, with the same rigid consistency, that a kingdom governed unjustly in his own name, while he was away fighting for one holy cause, represented its own kind of unfinished moral business. Several surviving complaints gathered by these same enquêteurs describing genuine and significant abuses corrected, fines levied against corrupt officials, and a body of practical, unglamorous domestic reform that would go on to outlast, by a very considerable margin, nearly everything this same crusade actually achieved on the battlefield in Egypt. An island muster and a long wasted winter of waiting. It was in the closing days of August, 1248, that Louis's own fleet finally departed Aigues-Mortes, the king himself, together with his own queen, Marguerite of Provence, and a considerable portion of the assembled French nobility, sailing first not toward Egypt directly but towards Cyprus, the same Crusader-held island this channel has already described serving as an essential intermediate staging point for the Fifth Crusade a full 3 decades earlier. a role Cyprus would once again play for this considerably larger and considerably more heavily provisioned expedition, its own Lusignan rulers continuing to profit, exactly as this channel has already noted, from the simple accident of geography that placed their own kingdom directly astride the sea lanes every crusade bound for Egypt still needed to use. It is worth pausing at some length on Marguerite of Provence, the queen who sailed east alongside her own husband, because this story is going to ask you to remember her carefully across the whole of tonight's telling, since she occupies, in the chapters still ahead of us, one of the more genuinely extraordinary positions any woman on any crusade this channel has described across its several stories, told in this room ever actually held, Marguerite having married Louis in 1234, at only about 13 years of age, in a match arranged for reasons of political alliance rather than personal affection, and having gone on, across the following decade, to build with Louis a marriage several surviving accounts describe as genuinely warm despite Blanche of Castile's own famously difficult relationship with her own daughter-in-law, a mother-in-law several chroniclers describe actively working to limit the time the young royal couple were permitted to spend together, a small and rather sorrowful domestic detail this channel offers, because it reminds us that even a marriage arranged for the highest possible reasons of state still had to be lived, day to day, inside the considerably smaller and considerably more human politics of one household. It is worth pausing at real length on what actually happened during the long winter this same army spent waiting on Cyprus, because Louis had originally intended a brief pause for resupply before pressing on toward Egypt, but a combination of late-arriving reinforcements, contrary winds, and a genuine desire to consolidate the full strength of his own considerable army before committing to the campaign's own actual objective stretched this same intended pause into a full 8 months of encampment, from the autumn of 1248 through the following spring, months several surviving accounts describe as costing the crusade dearly in ways that had nothing to do with any battle at all. Disease sweeping repeatedly through the crowded camps, in a pattern this channel has already shown you afflicting the assembled army at Brindisi during Frederick's own aborted first departure a generation earlier, several contemporary chroniclers estimating that the crusade lost a considerable number of knights and common soldiers alike to illness during this single winter of waiting, men who would never actually see Egypt at all, having sailed the whole considerable distance from France, only to die of fever on a Mediterranean island before the campaign's own first shot had even been fired. It is worth naming briefly several of the specific nobles this same winter claimed, because the surviving muster rolls and personal letters from these months record real and repeated grief among the assembled army as familiar names. Men who had feasted together at Aigues-Mortes only months earlier began to disappear one by one into the same crowded burial grounds that had already claimed so many ordinary common soldiers. A levelling this channel has already noted this whole crusading movement's own diseases tending to produce indifferent, in the end, to whether the body it claimed belonged to a count or to a common sergeant. A detail several surviving accounts describe the more reflective among the assembled army, finding genuinely sobering during these same long idle months of waiting. It is worth pausing too on an entirely unexpected diplomatic visitor this same Cyprus encampment actually received during this same winter, because in December of 1248, envoys arrived at Louis's own camp from El-Jigide, a Mongol general commanding forces in Persia, carrying a message several surviving accounts describe as genuinely encouraging, an invitation to explore a military alliance against their own shared Muslim adversaries, and word, welcomed with real excitement across the Crusader camp, that a considerable number of Mongol commanders and even members of the ruling family itself were rumoured to have converted or to be sympathetic to Christianity, a rumour considerably exaggerated in the retelling, but genuinely widespread enough that Louis, encouraged by what appeared to be a promising new front against a common enemy, dispatched his own embassy in return, a Dominican friar named Andrew of Longjumeau, carrying gifts and letters east toward the Mongol court to explore exactly what this same alliance might actually be worth in practical military terms. It is worth pausing, too, on Jean de Joinville, because this channel is going to lean on his own testimony repeatedly across the whole of tonight's telling, and it is worth introducing him properly here at the moment of his own actual arrival in this story, a young nobleman from Champagne, Seneschal of that same county, and already, by his own account, a long-time personal friend and companion of the king he had chosen to accompany east. Joinville arriving at Cyprus not as a chronicler, setting out deliberately to record history in the making, but as an ordinary crusading lord managing his own considerable personal debts and his own considerable personal anxieties about a voyage he had, by his own later admission, very nearly not undertaken at all. And it is worth naming plainly that Joinville's own eventual chronicle of this crusade, written many decades later in his own old age, remains to this day one of the single most vivid, most personal, and most historically valuable eyewitness accounts this entire crusading movement ever produced, a source this channel will return to again before tonight's story reaches its own close. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific and rather human detail of why Joinville very nearly did not sail at all, because he recorded in his own later chronicle a genuinely vivid account of the difficulty of actually leaving behind a young family and a heavily indebted estate to travel toward a war he understood, with real clarity, he might very well never return from. Several passages in his own account describing the particular ache of looking back at his own castle at Joinville as he rode away from it, uncertain whether he would ever see it again. A small and genuinely moving human detail this channel offers, because it reminds us, the way this channel has tried to remind you in other stories told in this room, that behind every grand strategic decision recorded in the chronicles sat thousands of individual men making exactly this same quiet, frightened calculation about their own families and their own futures. It is worth pausing briefly on the actual composition and the actual scale of the army that had gathered by the time this same winter finally began, because the more careful modern estimates historians have reconstructed from surviving pay records and provisioning lists place the crusading force at something in the range of 15 to 25,000 fighting men at its own greatest strength, drawn overwhelmingly from Louis's own French royal domain, and from the considerable feudal levies of his own great vassals Champagne, Burgundy, Brittany and Flanders, chief among them, together with a modest English contingent. This story has already introduced you to under William Longuespaye, and a body of Cypriot knights contributed by the island's own Lusignan rulers, a force considerably smaller in absolute terms than the roughly 33,000 men the Fourth Crusade had once optimistically contracted with Venice to transport, but considerably more centrally financed and considerably more uniformly equipped than any single crusading army this channel has described, assembling across its earlier stories told in this room. It is worth pausing too on the specific role the two great military orders this channel has already described in earlier crusading stories told in this room, the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller, actually played in financing this same expedition, because both orders, possessed by this stage of their own history of a considerable and highly organised international banking network, extended credit directly to Louis's own crown and to a number of his own individual barons across the whole of this campaign, the Templars in particular managing, from a fortified treasury within their own establishment at Acre, and later within the Crusader camp itself, a running system of loans and currency exchange. Several modern historians describe as considerably more sophisticated than anything this channel has described any earlier crusading army actually possessing, a financial infrastructure that would prove, in the campaign's own desperate final weeks, every bit as important to keeping the army functioning as any single military decision Louis himself actually made. It is worth pausing too on why Louis himself chose to spend the whole of this same winter waiting on Cyprus rather than pressing directly on toward Egypt with whatever force he already had assembled, because several surviving accounts describe Louis specifically awaiting the arrival of his own younger brother Alphonse, Count of Poitiers, together with a further substantial body of French knights still crossing overland and by sea from France. A decision several modern historians read as a deliberate and considered choice to prioritise the unity and the strength of his own assembled army over the simple speed of arrival. A choice that echoes, in its own careful logic, the very lesson this channel has already shown you, crusading planners drawing from the Fifth Crusade's own catastrophic experience of divided and staggered arrivals, even as the same choice, in this particular case, ended up costing the Crusade a winter's worth of men to disease that a faster departure might conceivably have spared. Why the road to Jerusalem still seemed to run through Egypt, one crusade after another failed to actually prove it did. It is worth pausing at some length on why Louis's own council of advisors settled on Egypt, rather than a direct landing at Acre and a march inland toward Jerusalem itself, as this crusade's own primary objective, because this channel has already told you, in the story of the Fifth Crusade, the basic strategic logic that had shaped that earlier expedition's own identical choice, Egypt remaining, under the Ayyubid dynasty, exactly as it had been under Saladin himself, the wealthiest, the most populous, and the single most strategically decisive Muslim territory in the entire region, supplying the grain, the manpower, and the naval power that any sustained Muslim defence of the Holy Land ultimately depended upon. A piece of strategic reasoning that had already, by the time Louis took his own vow, failed to actually deliver Jerusalem on two separate occasions. Once through the divided command this channel has already shown you paralysing Pelagius's own campaign, and once, in the very different and considerably more successful case of the Sixth Crusade, superseded entirely by Frederick II's own choice to abandon military conquest altogether in favour of patient, personally conducted negotiation. It is worth pausing too on why Louis, of all the crusading leaders this channel has described across its several stories told in this room, chose the older and considerably bloodier of these two available templates, rather than attempting to simply repeat Frederick's own more recent and more genuinely successful diplomatic model. Because several modern historians point to exactly the kind of rigid, absolute moral certainty this story has already shown you shaping Louis's own conduct of justice and his own conduct of faith alike. A king who understood the recovery of Jerusalem not as a real estate negotiation, to be settled through patient conversation between reasonable men, the very approach this channel has already shown you a considerable portion of Christendom regarding with real and lasting suspicion, even after it had actually worked, but as a holy undertaking that properly required holy war to accomplish it, a conviction that made the Fifth Crusade's own failed military template, for all its own well-documented catastrophe, feel to Louis considerably more spiritually legitimate than the diplomatic alternative his own generation had, in fact, already seen succeed. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly this same preference actually connects to the wide attention this channel has already traced across its earlier crusading stories told in this room. The recurring discomfort, a movement that understood itself at its own deepest foundation, as a war for souls kept finding whenever a genuine victory arrived, through means that looked less like holy war and more like ordinary statecraft. And it is worth naming plainly that Louis's own crusade represents, in this single specific respect, this whole movement's own final and most costly reassertion of the older, more martial understanding of what recovering Jerusalem was actually supposed to look like, a reassertion that would go on, this story has already shown you, to cost this crusade considerably more than the more patient and more diplomatically minded alternative had cost the crusade immediately before it. It is worth pausing at some length on why the specific diplomatic path Frederick had once walked so successfully was never, in any realistic sense, actually available to Louis to begin with, even setting aside the question of whether Louis's own temperament would ever have allowed him to walk it, because Frederick's own negotiation with Al-Kamil this channel has already described in the story of the Sixth Crusade had depended, at its own foundation, on a single, stable, and genuinely capable Ayyubid Sultan possessing the clear authority to actually make and honour the specific concessions such a negotiation required. And by the time Louis took his own crusading vow, the considerably more settled Ayyubid confederation Al-Kamil had once governed had already fractured. This channel has already shown you in the earlier story of the Sixth Crusade into a considerably less stable patchwork of competing princes, a fragmentation that only deepened further across the years of Louis's own preparation, so that even a king personally inclined toward patient negotiation would have struggled to identify a single Muslim ruler with the clear, uncontested authority to actually deliver on any promise made across a negotiating table, a structural absence of exactly the kind of reliable opposite number Frederick had once found in Al-Kamil that made something closer to Pelagius's own older, cruder military template considerably more practically available to Louis's own planners than any repetition of the Sixth Crusade's own more elegant solution ever actually was. It is worth pausing too on one further strategic consideration. Several surviving council records suggest weighed on this same decision, because Damietta itself, already once captured and already once returned in the negotiated settlement, this channel has already described the Fifth Crusade's own leadership eventually being forced into, offered a familiar and already partially understood objective, a city whose own defensive weaknesses and whose own strategic value the crusading movement's own accumulated institutional memory already had real, if imperfect, knowledge of, a piece of practical convenience that mattered rather more to the campaign's own eventual planning, several modern historians suggest, than any purely abstract weighing of Egypt's own wealth against Jerusalem's own more direct and more immediately symbolic religious importance. It is worth pausing briefly on how this same choice was actually received among the Crusader state's own local baronage once Louis's own plans became known, because several of the same locally rooted noble families this channel has already described possessing generations of hard-earned practical experience governing a fragile frontier kingdom, voiced real and considered reservations about repeating a strategy that had already, within living memory of their own fathers and grandfathers, cost one earlier crusade everything it had won, a body of accumulated local wisdom. This channel has already shown you Frederick II's own crusading council, receiving with rather more genuine attentiveness than Louis's own newly arrived and considerably more confident French commanders ultimately extended it. A pattern this channel has already traced across more than one of its earlier crusading stories told in this room, of European powers arriving with fresh conviction and comparatively thin local knowledge, and finding the conviction, however genuinely and however carefully reasoned, still proving no substitute for the accumulated experience of the people who actually had to live, day to day, with whatever the campaign's own eventual outcome turned out to be. A city taken so easily, it barely felt like the opening of a war at all. The crusading fleet finally departed Cyprus in the final days of May, 1249, arriving off the Egyptian coast near Damietta, the same fortified port city this channel has already described the Fifth Crusade spending well over a year besieging at ruinous cost 3 decades earlier on the 4th of June, and it is worth pausing at real length on how completely and how genuinely surprisingly different this same city's fall actually unfolded this time. because Louis's own army, landing on an open beach under a hail of Egyptian arrows in a beach assault, several surviving accounts describe as genuinely harrowing in its own opening hours, secured its own beachhead by the end of a single day's fighting, and the considerable Egyptian garrison defending Damietta itself, rather than settling in for the kind of grinding year-and-a-half siege. This channel has already described the city's own formidable double walls and river-spanning chain tower inflicting on the Fifth Crusade, simply abandoned the city entirely during the following night, fleeing south toward the Sultan's own camp, in a panic several contemporary sources on both sides describe as genuinely and lastingly humiliating for Egyptian arms. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the actual physical experience of that same opening beach assault, because several surviving accounts describe Louis himself refusing to wait for his own ship to be properly beached before disembarking. Leaping into the surf in full armour, alongside his own household knights, while Egyptian cavalry charged the water's edge to meet them, a piece of considerable personal risk. Several chroniclers, both sympathetic and critical, agree. The king genuinely undertook rather than direct the landing from the comparative safety of his own flagship, fighting that several accounts describe lasting through the morning before the crusading army finally secured enough of the beach to bring its own considerable numbers fully ashore. It is worth naming plainly the particular disorientation several surviving accounts describe both sides experiencing in the first confused hours of this same landing, because the crusading army's own considerable numerical advantage, several thousand fresh soldiers pouring off ships onto a single stretch of open beach, appears to have unsettled the comparatively smaller Egyptian defending force considerably more severely than the actual fighting itself, a psychological collapse. Several modern historians suggest anticipated in miniature exactly the same kind of panic that would go on to empty the whole of Damietta only a day later. It is worth pausing, briefly, on why this same city, so catastrophically difficult for the crusading army of a generation earlier to actually take, fell so quickly and so completely this time, because Sultan Salih Ayyub, the reigning Ayyubid ruler of Egypt and a grandson of the very Al-Kamil, this channel has already described negotiating so skillfully with both Pelagius and Frederick in turn, was, at the exact moment of Louis's own landing, already gravely, and by this point almost certainly terminally ill, several surviving Arabic accounts describing a wasting disease, likely a form of tuberculosis, that had left the Sultan too weak to personally direct his own kingdom's defence from anywhere other than a sickbed at his own camp near Mansourah, a considerable distance south of Damietta itself, and the garrison commander left in charge of the port city's own actual defence, receiving no clear direction from a sultan too ill to provide any, and fearing, several accounts suggest, that the sultan's own death might already have occurred without formal announcement, chose flight over a fight several of Damietta's own defenders evidently judged they had no realistic prospect of actually winning without the kind of decisive royal leadership Al-Kamil himself had once provided. It is worth pausing too on the specific and rather bitter consequence this same abandoning garrison commander actually faced for his own decision, because Salih Ayyub, learning of Damietta's own fall despite his own considerable illness, reacted with a fury several surviving accounts describe as genuinely severe, ordering the execution of a number of the officers he held responsible for the city's own premature surrender, a response that reveals, in its own harsh way, exactly how catastrophic the loss of Damietta actually registered within the Sultan's own court. Whatever the crusading army's own considerable relief at having taken, in a single afternoon, a city that had once cost their predecessors an entire agonizing year and a half. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly this same easy victory actually shaped the crusading army's own subsequent mood and subsequent strategic thinking, because several surviving accounts describe a genuine and rather dangerous overconfidence settling across the Crusader camp in the weeks following Damietta's own capture. Ordinary soldiers, and even a number of the campaign's own senior commanders drawing the conclusion. This channel would ask you to note carefully now, because this whole story is going to return to it. Before tonight's telling reaches its own darkest chapter, that Egyptian resistance had simply collapsed, and that the road to Cairo itself now lay open and largely undefended, a conclusion several modern historians regard as a genuinely understandable but genuinely dangerous misreading of a single circumstance-driven collapse, the panicked flight of a garrison operating without clear royal direction, for the considerably more general and considerably more mistaken belief that the whole of Egypt's own military capacity had somehow been broken along with it. It is worth naming plainly one further echo worth sitting with here, because this channel has already told you, in the earlier story of the Fifth Crusade, that this same city of Damietta occupied a position of genuine and carefully understood strategic significance, controlling both the maritime approach to Egypt and the riverine approach inland toward Cairo, the exact choke point reasoning that had drawn one crusading army here already. And it is worth naming, too, that the crusading leadership of this new expedition, arriving with the considerable benefit of hindsight, this channel has already described later, crusading theorists drawing from the Fifth Crusade's own failure, understood this same strategic logic every bit as clearly as their own predecessors had, and chose Damietta as their own first objective for precisely the same reasons. A piece of institutional memory that made the taking of this specific city feel, to more than one crusader writing home in the weeks after its own fall, like the correction of an old and long-carried grievance rather than simply the capture of one more Egyptian port. It is worth pausing, too, on what the crusading leadership actually did with the city once it had been secured, because Louis, together with the papal legate accompanying this same crusade, a cardinal named Odo of Châteauroux, moved quickly to convert Damietta's own principal mosque into a cathedral church, installing a Latin bishop and formally reconsecrating the city's own religious life along Christian lines, an act several modern historians read as consistent with the wider pattern this whole crusading movement's own history keeps demonstrating, that a captured city's own physical and religious landscape was very rarely left simply as its previous inhabitants had left it, whatever practical accommodation individual crusaders and local populations might otherwise have found themselves negotiating in the ordinary business of daily coexistence. This channel has already described, characterizing Acre's own considerably more settled and considerably more cosmopolitan society. It is worth pausing briefly on the considerable Italian merchant presence that quickly re-established itself within Damietta once the city had actually fallen, because Genoese, Pisan and Venetian merchants, this channel has already described competing for commercial advantage within Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade and maintaining resident trading colonies within Acre itself, moved swiftly to establish their own quarters within the newly captured port, a commercial infrastructure that would go on. This story is going to show you before tonight's telling is through, to matter considerably more to the campaign's own eventual and rather desperate final chapter than anyone celebrating the city's own easy capture in the early summer of 1249 had any particular reason to anticipate. It is worth pausing, too, on the considerable wealth the crusading army found waiting inside Damietta's own abandoned walls, because the city's own panicked evacuation had left behind, by several surviving accounts, considerable stores of grain, provisions and household goods the fleeing population had not managed to carry with them, riches Louis himself, in a decision several contemporary chroniclers praised as genuine demonstration of royal restraint and genuine piety, ordered distributed according to a careful and formally organised system rather than surrendered to the kind of uncontrolled looting this channel has already described characterizing the aftermath of more than one earlier crusading conquest. A small but telling early indication of exactly the disciplined, centrally directed command this whole crusade had been built, from its very first planning sessions at Aigues-Mortes, to actually provide. It is worth pausing briefly too on the ordinary population this same easy conquest actually displaced, because Damietta's own considerable Muslim population, together with a resident Coptic Christian community, this channel has already described a similarly mixed and similarly ancient population inhabiting in the story of the Fifth Crusade, fled south alongside the retreating garrison in numbers several surviving accounts describe as considerable, ordinary farmers, merchants and labourers abandoning homes, shops and stored harvests to a foreign army in a single panicked night. A population this whole story's own surviving sources focused overwhelmingly on the movements of kings and sultans, mention only in passing as a kind of background detail to the city's own capture, without ever pausing to actually count how many of these same ordinary people survived their own sudden flight, or what became of them once they reached whatever uncertain shelter the Sultan's own camp near Mansourah could actually offer a population already straining to support an army. It is worth pausing at real length on the specific and rather fateful decision Louis's own council made in the weeks immediately following Damietta's own capture, because rather than press south toward Cairo while the Egyptian defence remained genuinely disorganised, the crusading leadership chose to remain encamped at Damietta through the whole of the summer of 1249, awaiting the arrival of Alphonse of Poitiers, Louis's own further younger brother, together with a considerable further body of French reinforcements still crossing the Mediterranean, a decision several modern military historians have judged, with the full benefit of hindsight, to be the single most consequential strategic error of the entire campaign, because this same summer delay meant that the crusading army's own eventual advance toward Mansourah would coincide almost exactly with the Nile's own annual flood season, the very same seasonal inundation this channel has already described Al-Kamil deliberately exploiting to trap the Fifth Crusade a full 3 decades earlier. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly this same echo actually registered, or failed to register, among Louis's own commanders at the time, because several surviving accounts suggest at least a number of the Crusade's own more experienced barons raised real concern about repeating the Fifth Crusade's own well-documented mistake of advancing too deep into the Delta at exactly the wrong point in its own seasonal cycle, concerns that were weighed and ultimately set aside in favour of the same reasoning this channel has already shown you shaping the Crusade's own original preparation from the very beginning, that arriving at Mansourah with the fullest possible strength, Alphonse's reinforcements included, mattered more than arriving quickly, an entirely reasonable piece of institutional caution drawn directly from the lessons of the Fifth Crusade's own divided and under-strength arrivals, that ended up, in this particular case, delivering the army directly into the flood season. The earlier Crusade's own more hurried advance had, by pure accident, actually avoided. It is worth pausing briefly on the physical experience of that same summer encampment at Damietta itself, because the crusading army, garrisoning a captured city through the full heat of an Egyptian summer, endured conditions several surviving accounts describe in terms this channel has already shown you Crusader soldiers reaching for during the Fifth Crusade's own earlier ordeal in this same delta. Oppressive heat, clouds of biting insects rising from the surrounding marshland, and the particular inescapable discomfort of northern European soldiers, many of them still wearing the same heavy woolen mail they had brought from France, discovering exactly how poorly that same equipment suited a Nile Delta summer. a physical misery this channel finds worth naming plainly as one further, unglamorous contributor to the same restless, thwarted energy that would go on, this story has already shown you, to make Robert of Artois' own reckless charge feel like release rather than catastrophe to the men who followed him into it. It is worth naming plainly that Alphonse of Poitiers did eventually arrive in the closing weeks of October 1249, bringing with him the reinforcements Louis's own summer of waiting had been specifically designed to collect, and it is worth naming too that the crusading army finally began its own advance south from Damietta only after this same reunion in the final days of November, a full 5 months after the city's own capture. 5 months this channel finds worth sitting with plainly tonight, because they represent almost exactly the length of delay several modern historians identify as having cost this crusade the narrow seasonal window during which an advance on Cairo might actually have proceeded without the Nile's own rising waters working once again in the defenders' own favour. It is worth pausing too on the wider rural population of the Nile Delta itself. The ordinary peasant farmers whose own villages and whose own irrigated fields lay directly astride the line of march, both this crusading army and the Egyptian forces opposing it, would spend the following year fighting across, because both sides, this channel has already shown you medieval armies of every crusading era, doing in earlier stories told in this room, requisitioned grain, animals, and labour from this same rural population more or less as military necessity demanded, a population that appears in no surviving account of this campaign as anything other than a undifferentiated and largely silent backdrop to the movements of far better documented armies, farmers whose own entire harvest for a season might be seized by one army only to have what little remained seized again by the other as the front shifted back and forth across their own fields. A quiet and uncounted cost this channel finds worth naming plainly here tonight, in a story otherwise so thoroughly dominated by the fates of princes and sultans. A dying sultan and a widow who learned to forge his own hand. It is worth pausing at some length on the Sultan himself as this story now follows him into his own final and increasingly desperate months, because Salih Ayyub, having already suffered the humiliation of Damietta's own loss while confined to his own sickbed, spent the summer of 1249 at his own camp near Mansourah, in a state several surviving Arabic accounts describe as steadily and visibly worsening, a ruler who had spent much of his own earlier reign consolidating Ayyubid power across Egypt and Syria alike through exactly the kind of careful, patient political manoeuvring this channel has already described his own grandfather Al-Kamil practicing, now reduced to directing his own kingdom's defence from a bed he could no longer reliably leave, dependent in these same final months on the loyalty and the competence of the men he had built his own considerable military power around, above all, a corps of elite slave soldiers, Turkic in origin, and known as the Bahri Mamluks, that As-Salih himself had purchased, trained, and personally cultivated across his own reign, as a military force loyal directly and exclusively to his own person, rather than to any of the older, more established Ayyubid noble families this channel has already described competing for influence within the wider dynasty. It is worth pausing briefly on this same Mamluk institution, because this channel has not yet had real occasion to describe it in any real detail across its earlier crusading stories told in this room, and understanding it properly matters enormously to everything still ahead of us tonight, since the word Mamluk itself means quite literally one who is owned, a system under which young boys, purchased chiefly from the Turkic-speaking steppes of Central Asia and the Caucasus, were converted to Islam, trained from childhood in the specific and highly disciplined arts of mounted warfare, and formed into elite military households bound by a code of personal loyalty to the individual ruler who had purchased and raised them rather than to any hereditary noble line. A system this channel finds worth explaining plainly because the Berri Mamluks of Salih Ayyub assembled across his own reign, garrisoned specifically on an island in the Nile near Cairo from which their own name, meaning of the river, actually derived, were about to become, within a matter of months, the single most consequential military and political force in this entire story, and eventually in the entire subsequent history of medieval Egypt. It is worth pausing too on Shajar al-Dur, the Sultan's own wife, because she occupies one of the more genuinely extraordinary positions in this whole story. A woman whose own origins several surviving accounts trace to slavery, quite possibly of Turkic or Armenian background, who had risen, through a combination of personal intelligence and the Sultan's own evident personal favour, from the position of a purchased concubine to that of as-Salih's own principal and most trusted wife, a woman several contemporary sources describe possessing a genuine command of political affairs that went considerably beyond the ordinary domestic role expected of a sultan's own consort, having already accompanied as-Salih during an earlier and considerably more precarious chapter of his own career, a period of imprisonment the Sultan endured at the hands of a rival Ayyubid relative some years before he actually secured his own throne. Shajar al-Dur sharing that same captivity alongside him, rather than remaining safely apart from it, an early demonstration of exactly the loyalty and exactly the personal steadiness she would go on to draw upon so extensively during the far greater crisis. This story is about to describe her managing in the weeks following his own death, and it was Shajar al-Dur, together with the eunuch commander Jamal ad-Din Muhsin, and the senior Mamluk general Fakhr ad-Din ibn Sheikh, who found themselves managing across the final weeks of as-Salih's own life a genuinely delicate political problem no formal institution of the Ayyubid state had ever actually anticipated needing to solve. As-Salih Ayyub died on the 22nd of November 1249 at his own camp near Mansourah, with a crusading army already advancing south from Damietta and no clearly designated adult heir immediately present to actually claim his own throne, his own son and intended successor, Turanshah, being at that exact moment a considerable distance away, governing the family's outlying territory around Hasankeyf, in the region this whole crusading movement has already shown you called the Jazeera, and it is worth pausing at real length on the decision Shajar al-Dur and her own closest allies made in the days immediately following the same death, because rather than announce it and risk the kind of succession crisis and collapse in military morale that news of a dead sultan, with an enemy army actively advancing, might well have produced, they chose instead to conceal it entirely. Shajar al-Dur herself, according to several surviving and admiring Arabic accounts, learning to forge her own dead husband's signature with sufficient skill that royal decrees continued to be issued in his own name for weeks afterward. Meals continued to be carried into his own tent as though he still required them, and Fakhr ad-Din, as the senior general actually present with the army, assumed effective day-to-day command while publicly maintaining the fiction that he acted only on the still-living sultan's own explicit instruction. It is worth pausing briefly on how genuinely extraordinary this same concealment actually was, and on how long it actually held, because for the better part of 2 full months, across the very weeks in which Louis's own crusading army was advancing south from Damietta toward what its own commanders still believed was a functioning and centrally directed Egyptian state, the army they were actually marching against was, in the most literal sense, leaderless, governed by a small and genuinely remarkable circle of advisors managing, through nothing more than careful stagecraft and a widow's own steady nerve, to project an image of continuity and command that had, in strict fact, already ceased to exist, a deception this channel finds genuinely worth naming plainly, as one of the more extraordinary pieces of crisis management this entire crusading era, on either side of any battlefield, ever actually produced. A city that had already been built and named for the crusade that came before this one. It is worth pausing at some length on Mansourah itself, the town toward which Louis's own advancing army was now marching, because this channel has already told you, in the earlier account of the Fifth Crusade, of a moment when Pelagius's own crusading army, having captured Damietta after a siege of well over a year, advanced further south along the Nile before the flooding waters Al-Kamil had deliberately released trapped that entire earlier expedition. And it was on the exact spot where Al-Kamil had established his own military camp during those same climactic weeks that a permanent fortified town was afterward built and formally named. A name this channel wants you to sit with carefully tonight, because this whole story is going to return to it more than once before it lets you go. Al-Mansourah, meaning, translated plainly out of Arabic, the victorious, a town whose own name was chosen quite deliberately to commemorate a specific victory over a specific earlier crusade. And it was directly at this same town, bearing the same name, that Louis's own army 3 decades later now found itself marching, in the considered strategic judgment of its own commanders, toward what they still believed was the last serious obstacle standing between their own considerable force and an undefended path to Cairo. It is worth pausing briefly on how thoroughly this same irony appears to have gone unremarked upon by the crusading army actually marching toward it, because while several surviving Crusader accounts do reference the earlier Fifth Crusade's own failure at this same general stretch of the Nile, none of the surviving sources this channel has been able to examine suggest that Louis's own commanders drew the specific and rather chilling significance of a town's own name deliberately chosen to commemorate their own predecessor's defeat, a name that functioned, in effect, as a standing verdict on the exact strategy Louis's own army was now attempting to repeat. And it is worth naming plainly that this channel is going to keep returning to this same image across the whole of the story still ahead of us tonight. An army marching directly at a name that had already told anyone paying close enough attention exactly how this particular crossing tended to end. It is worth pausing too on the actual geography this same advance required Louis's own army to navigate, because the crusading force, having departed Damietta in late November of 1249, found its own southward march repeatedly interrupted by the Nile Delta's own dense network of canals and tributary channels, arriving by mid-December at the banks of a substantial waterway known as the Bahr Assaghir, the small river, which separated the crusading army's own camp from Mansourah itself, and from the considerable Egyptian force, now under Fakhr ad-Din's own effective command, drawn up along the canal's own opposite bank, a natural obstacle that would go on to produce, across the following 6 weeks, exactly the kind of grinding, stalemated encampment this channel has already shown you characterizing more than one earlier crusading siege. 2 armies watching each other across a stretch of water, neither one could initially find a reliable way to actually cross. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific tactical stalemate this same canal crossing actually produced across these same weeks, because several Crusader engineers, working under conditions this channel has already shown you medieval siege engineers labouring under in earlier stories told in this room, attempted to construct a causeway across the canal's own considerable width, using earth and timber, a project the Egyptian forces on the opposite bank repeatedly disrupted through direct assault and through the use of the same naphtha-based incendiary weapons this channel has already described Muslim garrisons deploying against crusading siege equipment during the Fifth Crusade. A weapon several surviving Crusader accounts describe as producing a fire so persistent and so difficult to extinguish that more than one witness compared its own burning trail across the night sky to a fiery dragon, a vivid piece of medieval battlefield description this channel offers, because it captures, better than any dry tactical summary could, exactly how genuinely terrifying this new and unfamiliar weapon appeared to soldiers encountering it for the first time. A camp settling into a landscape that had already broken one crusade before this one. It is worth pausing at some length on the actual physical experience of the 6 weeks this same army spent, encamped along the Bahr as-Saghir, because the sources that survive from these weeks, thin as they generally are on the ordinary texture of daily camp life, still let us reconstruct enough to understand something of what this same standoff actually asked of the men living through it, a landscape this channel has already described the Fifth Crusade's own soldiers finding physically astonishing a full 3 decades earlier, and one that had lost none of its own considerable capacity to punish an army unused to it, the winter months bringing at least some relief from the worst of the Delta's own summer heat, but bringing with them, in exchange, a damp and penetrating cold several French and northern accounts describe as its own particular kind of misery, tents and equipment perpetually soaked by a ground that never fully dried, and cooking fires that struggled night after night to actually catch in air this humid. It is worth pausing too on the specific sounds and smells this same fixed encampment would have produced across 6 unbroken weeks of close proximity between 2 hostile armies watching each other across a single, narrow stretch of water, because surviving accounts describe near-constant skirmishing along the canal's own banks, the periodic flare and hiss of naphtha fire arcing across the water at night, a light several witnesses describe as strange and beautiful, even as it announced fresh casualties among the men attempting to build the Crusaders' own causeway, and the accumulating inescapable smell of a large medieval army's own waste and its own dead, a stench this channel has already shown you afflicting crusading camps at Brindisi and at Damietta alike, now compounded by weeks of stalemate that gave neither side any reason to move on and leave it behind. It is worth naming plainly the particular psychological weight several surviving accounts describe this same waiting, actually producing among the crusading army's own rank and file, because a soldier who had crossed an ocean specifically to fight found himself instead sitting for weeks on end within clear sight of an enemy he could not effectively reach, watching engineers labour and fail and labour again at a causeway that never quite closed the gap, a frustration several contemporary letters home describe compounding week by week into exactly the kind of restless, thwarted energy that would go on. This story is about to show you, to make Robert of Artois' own reckless charge feel, to more than a few of the men who followed him across that ford, like a genuinely welcome release, rather than the catastrophic mistake it would very quickly prove to be. It is worth pausing too on the specific rhythm of daily religious observance several surviving accounts describe continuing, largely unbroken, across the whole of this same difficult standoff, because Louis himself, whatever the mounting frustration and mounting anxiety of his own army around him, maintained the same disciplined schedule of prayer and mass. This story has already shown you shaping his own conduct since long before this crusade ever sailed. Several accounts describing the king hearing services twice daily, even within a fortified camp under near constant threat of attack, a steadiness several of his own soldiers, by their own later testimony, found genuinely reassuring in the midst of a standoff that offered them very little else to actually feel reassured by. A local guide, a hidden ford, and a prince who could not be persuaded to stop. It was in early February of 1250, after weeks of failed attempts to bridge the canal by direct construction, that a local Bedouin guide, in exchange for a payment several surviving accounts place at a considerable sum in gold, revealed to the crusading army's own commanders the existence of a fordable crossing point some distance upstream from the main camp, and it is worth pausing at real length on the plain this same discovery actually produced, because Louis's own council of commanders agreed to send a strong vanguard, including the Knights Templar and a body of French and English knights, across this same ford at dawn on the 8th of February, with explicit instructions to secure a bridgehead on the far bank and to wait there for the main body of the army, still working to complete the causeway, before attempting any further advance into Mansourah itself. It is worth pausing at some length on Robert of Artois, because this story now arrives at the single most consequential individual decision of the entire campaign. A younger brother of Louis himself, a nobleman several contemporary accounts describe as genuinely brave, genuinely impulsive, and genuinely unwilling to accept the kind of patient, disciplined restraint his own royal brother had spent the whole of this campaign so carefully cultivating, and Robert, commanding the vanguard that crossed the ford that same morning, encountered, on the opposite bank, an Egyptian camp caught almost entirely by surprise. Fakhr ad-Din himself, according to several vivid and widely repeated accounts, killed before he could even finish arming himself, having been interrupted, several sources suggest, in the middle of his own morning bath, a genuinely stunning tactical success that Robert, flush with an early and genuinely remarkable victory, chose to press considerably further than his own royal brother's explicit instructions had actually authorised. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the specific and increasingly urgent warnings several of Robert's own senior commanders offered him in the moments immediately following this same initial success, because the Grand Master of the Knights Templar himself, according to more than one surviving account together with several of the vanguard's own most experienced knights, urged Robert in the strongest possible terms to hold the position already won and await the arrival of Louis's own main force before advancing any further, a piece of sound and genuinely urgent tactical counsel that Robert, according to nearly every surviving source regardless of which side or which language it was originally written in, simply refused to accept, pressing his own considerably smaller vanguard directly into the narrow, unfamiliar streets of Mansourah itself in pursuit of the fleeing remnants of the Egyptian camp, a pursuit that would, within the space of a single catastrophic hour, transform the Crusades' own single most promising tactical breakthrough into its own single most costly disaster. It is worth pausing, at real length, on what actually happened once Robert's own vanguard entered those same narrow streets. Because the Bari Mamluks this story has already introduced you to, the elite slave soldiers as Salih Ayyub had spent his own reign so carefully training and cultivating, rallied within the town itself under the command this channel will return to shortly, and turned Mansourah's own tightly packed streets, entirely unsuited to the kind of open cavalry charge that had carried Robert's own force this far, into a genuine killing ground. Crusader knights finding themselves unable to manoeuvre their own heavy war horses through alleyways never designed to accommodate them, cut off in small isolated groups and overwhelmed one by one in fighting. Several surviving accounts describe lasting the better part of that same morning, a massacre that claimed, by the time it had finally run its own course, the overwhelming majority of the Knights Templar present that day, together with a substantial body of French nobility, and Robert of Artois himself, the prince whose own single reckless decision had carried them all into a trap. The town's own narrow geography had turned, in effect, into a weapon of its own. It is worth naming briefly William of Sonnac, the Grand Master of the Knights Templar, because he occupies his own particularly hard place in this same catastrophe. Having been among the senior commanders this story has already described urging Robert of Artois in the strongest possible terms to hold the vanguard's own position, rather than press into Mansourah's own narrow streets, and having failed to persuade the king's own headstrong brother to follow him into that same catastrophic charge regardless, rather than abandon the men under his own command, William losing one of his own eyes in the fighting that followed and surviving, this story will ask you to remember, only to be killed a few weeks later in a further Egyptian assault on the Crusader camp, a Templar Grand Master who had counselled exactly the right caution, and paid, in the end, precisely the same price as the prince who had ignored him. It is worth naming briefly one further and rather bitter irony. This same order's own considerable sacrifice at Mansourah carries in hindsight, because the Knights Templar, having bled so heavily in the service of Louis's own crusade, and having gone on to lose their own Grand Master alongside so many of their own brother knights across the whole of this campaign, would themselves be formally suppressed, dispossessed, and in a considerable number of cases executed, only a little over 6 decades later, on the direct orders of Philip IV, Louis's own grandson, a French crown that had once depended so heavily on Templar loyalty and Templar credit turning against the very order that had shed so much of its own blood in that crown's own service. A reminder this channel has already offered you in other stories told in this room, that institutional loyalty, however genuinely and however repeatedly demonstrated, has rarely proven, across this whole crusading movement's own long history, any real guarantee of an institution's own eventual survival. It is worth naming briefly William Longaspie, the Earl of Salisbury, because he occupies a small but genuinely poignant place in this same catastrophe, an English nobleman leading a modest contingent of his own countrymen, who had joined this crusade despite England's own King Henry III, never having formally taken the cross himself, William dying alongside Robert of Artois and the Templars in those same narrow streets, a death several English chroniclers, this channel will return to when this story reaches its own account of how we actually know all of this, would go on to describe with a degree of genuine national grief that suggests William's own loss, registered back in England, with considerably more emotional weight than the wider catastrophe of a French prince's own reckless charge ever quite managed to produce among an English audience that had, after all, sent comparatively few of its own sons on this particular crusade. It is worth pausing, briefly, too, on the Knights Hospitaller, the second of the 2 great military orders this channel has already described, fighting alongside the Templars across several earlier crusading stories told in this room, because while it was the Templars who suffered the single heaviest and single most concentrated losses in the initial charge into Mansourah's own streets, the Hospitallers, fighting in a separate portion of the field during the main battle Louis himself commanded later that same day, sustained their own severe casualties as well. Their own Grand Master, a knight named Guillaume de Châteauneuf, having already spent years as a prisoner of the Ayyubids following an earlier engagement, and only recently ransomed and returned to his own order's command, a leader several accounts describe fighting through this same catastrophic day, only to be captured yet again in the Crusade's own final collapse 2 months later. A single man's own crusading career bookended, with a symmetry this channel finds genuinely striking, by 2 entirely separate periods of Egyptian captivity. It is worth pausing briefly on how this same catastrophic morning has been judged, across the centuries since, by historians weighing Robert's own culpability, because several modern accounts note, fairly, that the same reckless momentum that carried Robert to his own death had, in its own first hour, also produced the single most decisive tactical achievement of the entire campaign, the killing of Fakhr ad-Din himself, and the effective collapse of organised Egyptian resistance at the moment of first contact, so that Robert's own fatal mistake was not a failure of courage or of initial judgment at all, but the far more ordinary and far more universally human failure of not knowing, in the flush of an early and genuinely remarkable victory, exactly when a battle that had already been won needed, for its own sake, to simply be allowed to stop. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific military technology that made this same narrow street ambush so catastrophically effective against Robert's own heavily armoured knights, because the Bahri Mamluks this story has already introduced you to trained, from earliest boyhood, in a considerably more varied and considerably more flexible style of mounted combat than the single, devastating charge French chivalry had built its own entire military culture around. Several surviving accounts describing Mamluk horsemen, armed with powerful composite bows capable of loosing arrows with real accuracy while still mounted and moving, a combination of mobility and ranged firepower that turned Mansourah's own narrow, twisting streets useless for the kind of open-field cavalry charge Crusader knights were trained to deliver, into ideal ground for exactly the harassing, close quarters, archery and ambush tactics this same Mamluk training had spent years preparing its own soldiers to execute. It is worth pausing too on how directly this same tactical mismatch actually connects to a pattern this channel has already traced across more than one of its earlier crusading stories told in this room. The recurring military reality that Western heavy cavalry, devastatingly effective in the kind of open, decisive charge that had carried Robert of Artois so far in the opening minutes of this same battle, remained considerably more vulnerable in close or broken terrain to the lighter, faster and more tactically flexible horsemanship this whole region's own Turkic and Kurdish military traditions had spent generations perfecting, a mismatch this channel has already shown you shaping crusading warfare since long before Louis's own army ever sailed, and one that the specific, purpose-built training of the Bari Mamluk system had, if anything, sharpened considerably further by the time this same crusade actually arrived to test it. A battle the main army had to fight twice over before it could even properly begin. It is worth pausing at real length on Louis's own experience of this same catastrophic morning, because the king himself, crossing the ford with the main body of the crusading army sometime after Robert's own vanguard had already ridden ahead, arrived to find not the secured bridgehead his own explicit orders had called for, but a battle already spiralling into chaos, and Louis, according to several vivid surviving accounts, personally led his own considerable force into fierce and sustained fighting across the whole of that same day. The Battle of Mansourah proper, unfolding not as a single organised engagement, but as a sprawling, desperate struggle to prevent the entire crusading army from being pushed back into the canal it had only just managed to cross, fighting several chroniclers on both sides describe as among the most brutal and most costly of the entire crusading era. Louis's own personal courage during these same hours, several accounts agree regardless of their own wider sympathies, was genuinely remarkable. The king fighting, at more than one point, in the thick of hand-to-hand combat, rather than directing the battle from any position of relative safety. Several surviving accounts describing 6 separate Egyptian soldiers seizing the reins of Louis's own horse at once in a single attempt to drag him from the field and take him captive there and then. A capture the king's own household knights fought off only through desperate close-quarters violence. A moment this channel finds worth naming plainly, because it makes clear exactly how narrowly this whole story's own eventual captivity, still 2 months away at this point, was actually avoided on this first and considerably more chaotic occasion. It is worth pausing too on Jean de Joinville's own personal experience of this same battle, because his own later chronicle preserves one of the single most vivid first-hand accounts of medieval combat this entire crusading era produced, Joinville describing in careful and unflinching detail his own desperate defence of a small bridge alongside a handful of companions against repeated Egyptian assaults, wounds he himself sustained, and the genuine terror of fighting for his own life in circumstances he had, by his own admission, never adequately imagined before actually living through them, a piece of testimony this channel finds genuinely valuable, precisely because it refuses the kind of clean, heroic simplification battlefield narratives so often settle into with the comfortable distance of hindsight, it is worth pausing briefly on the outcome of this same day's fighting, because by nightfall the crusading army had, at very considerable cost, managed to hold the ground it had crossed onto, a tactical result several modern historians describe as closer to a costly and Pyrrhic Crusader victory than to an outright defeat, Lewis's own main force having ultimately prevailed in the direct fighting, even as the day's own opening catastrophe, Robert's own death and the destruction of the vanguard had already cost the crusade a body of experienced knights and templars it could genuinely not afford to lose, and it is worth naming plainly that this single day, the 8th of February 1250, would go on to be remembered, across the whole of the Crusade's own subsequent and considerably darker unravelling, as the moment the campaign's own careful discipline first cracked, even though the army camped that night, exhausted and grieving, still held in the narrowest technical sense the field. It is worth naming briefly Charles of Anjou, a further of Lewis's own younger brothers present at this same battle, because Charles fought through the whole of that same brutal day alongside his own royal brother and would go on, this story will ask you to remember for a future night in this room, to build out of his own considerable military talent and his own considerable personal ambition an entirely separate and genuinely dramatic later career, conquering the kingdom of Sicily itself within 2 decades of this same crusade's own catastrophe, a rise this channel may yet have occasion to trace in full on some future night, but one whose own earliest chapter was written, this story wants you to notice now, in the same desperate fighting along the same canal bank that had already killed one of his own brothers outright. It is worth pausing too on the fighting that continued in the days immediately following this same 8th of February, because the crusading army, having crossed the canal and dug in near Mansourah, faced a further major Egyptian assault on the 11th of that same month. Egyptian forces under the command structure this story has already described Fakhr ad-Din's own death, leaving in genuine disarray nonetheless, pressing the Crusader camp with real ferocity, fighting several surviving accounts describe as nearly as costly as the opening battle itself, and it was in a further and separate assault several weeks later, after the Crusade's own position had already begun to deteriorate through disease and starvation, that William of Sonnac, the one-eyed Templar Grand Master this story has already introduced you to, was finally killed. A slow, grinding continuation of violence. This whole episode's own popular memory tends to compress into the single dramatic afternoon of Robert of Artois' own charge, when the actual fighting at Mansourah in fact stretched on, in fits and starts, across the better part of 2 further exhausting months. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how directly this same compression actually distorts the popular memory of this whole campaign, because a single dramatic afternoon makes, this channel readily admits, for a considerably cleaner and considerably more tellable story than 2 grinding months of intermittent skirmishing, starvation, and disease ever could, and it is worth naming plainly here in the middle of this same story that the version of this crusade most casual retellings actually preserve, a reckless prince, a single catastrophic charge, and a captured king, genuinely happened, but happened within a considerably longer, considerably slower, and considerably more attritional collapse that the neat, dramatic version tends to quietly leave out. A simplification. This channel has already shown you popular memory performing on more than one earlier crusade, across its several stories told in this room, and one this whole long night has been trying, deliberately, to resist. A river that turned into a weapon once the enemy controlled both of its own banks. It is worth pausing, at real length, on what happened across the weeks immediately following this same costly battle, because the crusading army, having crossed the canal and established itself in a fortified camp near Mansourah, now found its own position increasingly and dangerously exposed, the considerable Egyptian naval force still operating on the Nile itself, a river fleet this channel has already described the Fifth Crusade's own crusading army, struggling against a generation earlier, beginning across late February and into March, a sustained and increasingly effective campaign against the Crusader supply convoys still attempting to move provisions and reinforcements upriver from Damietta. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly this same naval interdiction actually functioned, because Egyptian galleys, operating with a familiarity of the Nile's own shifting channels and sandbars that no crusading pilot could realistically match, intercepted convoy after convoy of supply boats moving between Damietta and the Crusader camp. Several surviving accounts describing entire shipments of grain, fresh provisions, and reinforcing troops captured or destroyed before they ever reached the army that so badly needed them. A slow and increasingly effective strangulation. This channel finds genuinely worth naming as the specific mechanism, more decisive in the end than any single pitched battle, that actually doomed this entire campaign, an army that had won the field at Mansourah finding itself, within only a matter of weeks, considerably closer to starving on it instead. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific price. This same interdiction drove ordinary provisions to within the Crusader camp itself, because several surviving accounts describe the cost of a single measure of grain climbing across these same weeks, to a sum several chroniclers describe as ruinous even for knights of considerable means, a scarcity that fell. This channel has already shown you this same pattern, repeating across more than one earlier crusading siege, disproportionately hard on the ordinary common soldiers of the army, men without the same reserves of personal wealth or the same access to the Templar and Hospitaller credit networks. This story has already described the Crusades' own wealthier nobility drawing upon to keep themselves fed even as supplies dwindled around them. It is worth pausing too on the specific and genuinely horrifying medical catastrophe this same interdiction produced within the Crusader camp itself, because an army cut off from fresh provisions, crowded into a fixed camp in the warming Egyptian spring, surrounded by its own accumulating dead, and by the considerable unburied casualties of weeks of continuous skirmishing, became, within a matter of weeks, a breeding ground for exactly the kind of disease this channel has already shown you, afflicting crusading armies at Brindisi and at Damietta alike. Scurvy and a severe dysentery sweeping through the camp with a virulence several surviving accounts describe in genuinely harrowing terms. Several modern medical historians who have studied the surviving accounts, estimating that disease alone, separate from the considerable numbers still dying in continued skirmishing, may have claimed several thousand additional lives across these same weeks of encampment, a toll several contemporary chroniclers describe overwhelming the camp's own limited capacity to even properly bury its own dead. Soldiers so weakened by illness that several chroniclers describe entire units effectively unable to fight, their own gums so badly affected by scurvy that barbers, according to one particularly vivid and often quoted passage from Joinville's own later account, found themselves cutting away the dead and blackened flesh from soldiers' own mouths, simply so the men could continue eating what little food remained. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly this same disease outbreak actually connects to a pattern this channel has already traced across more than one of its earlier crusading stories told in this room, the recurring and genuinely devastating vulnerability of any medieval army held too long in a single fixed position, whether at Brindisi, at Cyprus, or now at Mansourah, a vulnerability this whole crusading movement's own 2-century history keeps demonstrating again and again, that the grand strategic calculations of kings and sultans very often mattered considerably less, in the end, to how many men actually survived a given campaign, than the considerably more mundane and considerably less glamorous arithmetic of clean water, fresh food, and how long a fixed number of exhausted human bodies could actually endure being denied both. It is worth pausing too on the specific Egyptian naval tactic several surviving accounts describe proving especially effective during this same interdiction campaign, because Egyptian forces, in addition to intercepting Crusader supply convoys directly, made repeated use of specially prepared fire ships, vessels loaded with combustible material and deliberately set ablaze before being sent drifting down the Nile's own current into the crowded anchorage of Crusader supply boats, a tactic several modern military historians describe as a genuinely effective piece of medieval river warfare, exploiting the Crusaders' own comparative unfamiliarity with the Nile's own specific currents and channels, in exactly the way this channel has already shown you Egyptian pilots exploiting that same local knowledge against the Fifth Crusade's own river fleet a full 3 decades earlier. It is worth pausing at real length on Marguerite of Provence during these same catastrophic weeks, because while her own husband and his own army starved and fought along the banks near Mansourah, the Queen herself remained behind at Damietta, and it is worth naming plainly that she was, at this exact moment, in the final weeks of her own pregnancy, giving birth to a son, whom she named Jean Tristan, a name several modern historians read as a deliberate and rather heartbreaking acknowledgement of the word Tristan itself, meaning sorrowful, born only days before news reached Damietta of her own husband's capture and of the catastrophe that had overtaken his own army. A queen delivering a child alone, surrounded by a city she had just learned might very well need defending without him. It is worth naming plainly and with real sorrow that this same son, Jean Tristan, born into one of this story's own darkest chapters, would go on 20 years later to die alongside his own father outside the walls of Tunis during Louis's own final crusade, a life that began in captivity and catastrophe on the banks of the Nile and ended 2 decades later in the same disease-ridden crusading camp that finally claimed the father who'd once refused to sail to safety and leave his own suffering men behind. It is worth pausing at real length on what Marguerite actually did in the days immediately following this same news, because the considerable Italian merchant community this story has already described re-establishing itself within Damietta, hearing of Louis's own capture and fearing an imminent Egyptian assault on the city itself, began preparing, several surviving accounts describe, to abandon Damietta entirely and sail for safety. And Marguerite, only days removed from childbirth, summoned the leaders of this same merchant community to her own bedside and persuaded them to remain, reportedly offering to personally purchase, at the crown's own expense, the whole of the city's own remaining food supplies, rather than allow them to be carried away by a fleeing garrison. A single act of considerable personal courage and considerable practical political skill that several modern historians credit with preventing Damietta's own outright collapse during the single most dangerous week of the entire campaign. A queen whose own name appears in the great majority of popular retellings of this crusade only as a footnote to her own husband's captivity, when her own conduct during these same days arguably did more to actually save the Crusade's remaining position than almost any single decision Louis himself made across the whole of the preceding campaign. A dead sultan finally announced, and a new one arriving too late to matter. It is worth pausing at some length on what became of the concealment this story has already described Shajar al-Dur and her own closest allies maintaining so remarkably across the preceding months, because with Fakhr ad-Din, the senior general who had helped sustain the fiction of a still-living sultan, now dead in the fighting at Mansourah, and with Turanshah, the sultan's own actual son and heir, finally summoned and travelling with real urgency from his own distant post in the Jazira, the death of As-Salih Ayyub was at last formally announced in the closing weeks of February 1250, news that reached the crusading camp, several accounts suggest, with a degree of genuine astonishment. An army that had spent months believing itself negotiating, however indirectly, with a functioning sultanate, only now discovering that the man they understood to be their own opposing sovereign had, in the most literal sense, been dead for the greater part of the entire campaign's own most consequential weeks. It is worth pausing briefly on Turanshah's own arrival, because he reached Egypt only in the closing days of February, travelling down the Nile with real haste once news of his own father's death finally caught up with him, and it is worth naming plainly exactly how little time this same new sultan would actually be given to establish his own authority before the events that would define and end his own brief reign began to overtake him. Turanshah arriving to find an army of Bahri Mamluks, the elite slave soldiers his own father had personally cultivated across a full decade, already deeply and understandably resentful of a new ruler who arrived, according to several surviving accounts, favouring his own personal retinue of Kurdish and Syrian retainers brought with him from the Jazeera over the very Mamluk commanders whose own decisive victory in the streets of Mansourah had, in the most immediate practical sense, actually saved his own father's kingdom. It is worth pausing briefly on Turanshah's own initial reception, because several surviving accounts describe the new sultan arriving to genuine and considerable acclaim. A rightful heir finally come to claim a throne his own father's long illness and long concealment had left dangerously uncertain. Turanshah's own early weeks in Egypt marked by exactly the kind of public celebration and public relief this channel would ask you to hold in mind against everything still to come, because the same man greeted with such genuine enthusiasm in late February would be dead at his own soldiers' own hands within barely 2 months. A reversal of fortune this story finds worth sitting with as one further, smaller echo of the whole night's own recurring theme: how quickly a genuinely promising position, whether a captured city, a battlefield advantage, or a newly claimed throne, could collapse once the specific people actually required to sustain it decided, for reasons that felt entirely reasonable to them in the moment, that it no longer deserved their own continued loyalty. It is worth pausing, too, on how directly this same resentment shaped the fighting that followed Turanshah's own arrival, because the new sultan, whatever the genuine tension building within his own military establishment, pressed the crusading army's own increasingly desperate position with real and considerable energy, ordering a renewed naval blockade of the Nile that finally and completely severed Lewis's own remaining supply line to Damietta in early April, a manoeuvre several modern military historians describe as the single most decisive strategic stroke of the entire campaign. An army already weakened by disease and by weeks of continuous skirmishing, now facing the genuine and immediate prospect of outright starvation. A retreat that collapsed into a captivity before it had covered even half its own intended distance. It was in early April of 1250, with his own army starving, disease-ravaged, and now completely cut off from resupply, that Louis finally ordered a full retreat back toward Damietta, and it is worth pausing at real length on the king's own condition during these same final desperate days, because Louis himself had, by this point, contracted the same severe dysentery afflicting so much of his own army. Several surviving accounts describing a monarch so weakened by his own illness that he could barely sit his own horse, refusing even so, according to Joinville's own genuinely moving testimony, to abandon his own suffering men and sail ahead to safety aboard one of the few remaining boats still available, a decision several modern historians read as consistent with exactly the personal, hands-on sense of royal moral responsibility this story has already shown you shaping Lewis's own conduct since long before this crusade ever sailed, it is worth pausing, briefly, on how catastrophically this same retreat actually unfolded, because an army attempting to withdraw in good order while simultaneously fighting off continuous Egyptian harassment, carrying its own sick and its own dying, and moving through a landscape its own pursuers knew infinitely better than any crusading soldier ever could, disintegrated within days into something closer to a rout. Egyptian forces catching the rear guard, and then the main body of Louis's own retreating army near the town of Fariskur on the 6th of April, and it is worth naming plainly that Louis himself, together with the greater part of his own surviving army, was captured that same day, a king who had sailed from a harbour he had built specifically for this campaign, who had kept his own army under a single unified command the entire length of the expedition, and who had personally led his own men in battle rather than direct them from any position of comfortable safety, taken prisoner all the same in a marshy Egyptian field by an army serving a sultan who had been on his own throne for barely 6 weeks. It is worth pausing briefly on Joinville's own personal account of his own capture during this same collapse, because he describes, in vivid and specific detail, negotiating for his own life directly with an Egyptian officer aboard the very boat where he and a number of his own wounded companions had taken shelter, offering himself as a valuable prisoner rather than an immediate casualty, a piece of quick, desperate improvisation that several modern historians credit with genuinely saving his own life in the chaos of those same final hours, a survival that mattered enormously to this whole story. This channel would ask you to remember, because a Joinville killed outright in that same boat would have left us without the single most valuable eyewitness account this entire crusade ever actually produced. It is worth pausing too on the specific and rather agonizing choice several surviving accounts describe Crusader commanders facing during the retreat's own final collapse, whether to attempt to negotiate a formal, organised surrender that might spare at least some portion of the army a worse fate, or to continue fighting in the hope of somehow still reaching Damietta, a choice complicated considerably by the fact that Louis himself, so gravely ill with dysentery that several accounts describe him barely able to remain conscious, was in no condition to personally direct which of these two options his own army should actually pursue, leaving individual commanders and individual units to make, in effect, their own separate and often contradictory decisions about whether to keep fighting or to seek terms, a final and genuinely tragic breakdown of exactly the unified command this whole crusade had been built, from its very first planning at Aigues-Mortes, to so carefully preserve. It is worth pausing at real length on one of the genuinely darkest episodes of this same catastrophic retreat, because several surviving accounts, Christian and Muslim alike, describe a considerable number of Crusader prisoners taken during these same final days, particularly the sick and the severely wounded, who could offer no realistic prospect of a paid ransom, being killed outright rather than held captive, a brutal calculation. This channel has already shown you medieval warfare producing again and again across its several crusading stories told in this room, that a captive's own life was worth, in the most coldly practical terms, precisely whatever ransom he could actually command, and a soldier too sick or too badly wounded to survive transport, or too poor to ever hope to pay for his own freedom, represented to a captor managing a sudden and overwhelming glut of prisoners, considerably more of a burden than an asset, a grim arithmetic this channel finds worth naming plainly rather than passing over in respectful silence, because the ordinary common soldiers who died this way, uncounted and largely unnamed in the surviving chronicles that instead lavish their own considerable attention on the fate of a captured king, deserve at least this much acknowledgement tonight. It is worth pausing, at some length, on how the considerable sum of this same ransom was actually raised back in France. because Blanche of Castile's own government, receiving news of her own son's capture and of the ruinous price demanded for his own release, moved quickly to levy a further emergency tax across the kingdom, drawing once again on the church, on the towns, and on the ordinary countryside alike. Several surviving municipal records from this same period describing town councils voting considerable emergency contributions specifically earmarked for their own king's own ransom, a genuinely widespread, genuinely urgent, and genuinely popular mobilization of resources. Several modern historians contrast favourably with the more grudging and more unevenly distributed taxation. This channel is already described, funding the Crusades' own original departure. Ordinary French subjects apparently considerably more willing to open their own purses for the concrete and immediate cause of freeing a captured king than they had been for the more abstract and more distant cause of recovering a foreign city few of them would ever actually see. It is worth pausing, briefly, on what this same contrast actually tells us about the ordinary medieval subject's own relationship to crusading rhetoric more broadly, because a king's own captivity offered ordinary French men and women something the abstract recovery of a distant holy city never quite managed to: a single, legible, human stake they could actually picture clearly in their own minds, a specific person in specific danger, rather than a whole theological argument about holy war and divine favour. A distinction this channel finds worth naming plainly, because it suggests that the crusading movement's own popular support, across the whole of its own 2-century history, this channel has traced for you across so many long nights in this room, may have always depended rather more on this same simple, human legibility than on the grander theological architecture the Church itself preferred to build around it. It is worth pausing too on the specific and rather striking inequality this same ransom system actually produced among the Crusaders who did survive capture, because Louis himself and the considerable body of French nobility taken alongside him were held, according to several surviving accounts, in conditions several sources describe as relatively comfortable given the circumstances, while ordinary common soldiers, considerably more numerous and considerably less individually valuable to their own Egyptian captors, endured a captivity several accounts describe as genuinely brutal, a pattern this channel has already traced in earlier crusading stories told in this room, that the grand chivalric conventions governing the treatment of captured knights and kings applied, in practice, almost exclusively to men wealthy or well-connected enough to actually be worth the trouble of keeping alive. A sultanate born in the very same week a king lost his own freedom. It is worth pausing, at real length, on what happened within the Egyptian camp itself in the days immediately following Louis's own capture, because Turan Shah, flush with the single most complete military victory any Ayyubid ruler had achieved over a crusading army in living memory, chose these same days of his own greatest triumph to make the specific and, as events would very quickly prove, catastrophic political mistake. This story has already begun to show you building, publicly and repeatedly favouring his own personal Kurdish and Syrian retainers over the Bahri Mamluk commanders whose own tactical brilliance, first in the streets of Mansourah, and now in the pursuit and capture of an entire crusading army, had actually delivered this same victory into his own hands. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific grievances several surviving accounts describe the Mamluk commanders voicing during these same days, because Turan Shah, according to more than one contemporary source, threatened openly to dismiss or demote several of his own father's most senior Mamluk officers, men who had spent years, and in the case of the fighting at Mansourah only the preceding weeks, risking their own lives to preserve the very throne Turan Shah now occupied, and who understood, with a clarity several modern historians describe as entirely justified, that a new sultan this openly contemptuous of their own service was unlikely to treat their own future prospects, or their own personal safety, with any greater consideration once his own position had been more fully secured. On the 2nd of May, 1250, only weeks after his own arrival, and mere days after the single greatest military triumph of his own entire brief reign, Turanshah was assassinated by a group of his own Bari Mamluk officers at a banquet. Several vivid and widely repeated accounts describing the new sultan first wounded, then pursued as he attempted to flee into a nearby tower, and finally killed, in some versions of the story burned alive within that same tower, in others cut down attempting to escape into the Nile itself, a death several modern historians describe as one of the more genuinely consequential single acts of political violence this entire medieval period produced, because it marked, in the most literal and immediate sense, the extinction of the Ayyubid dynasty's own direct control over Egypt, a dynasty Saladin himself had founded some 7 decades earlier, and the effective birth, in that same violent afternoon, of an entirely new form of government, rule by the Mamluk military caste itself, that would go on to govern Egypt for the following 2.5 centuries. It is worth pausing briefly on the specific men who actually carried out this same assassination, because among the group of Mamluk officers, several surviving Arabic accounts name as striking the first blows against Turanshah was a young commander named Baybars, a figure this story is going to ask you to remember carefully once tonight's account reaches its own closing chapters, Baybars having already fought, only weeks earlier, in the very streets of Mansourah where Robert of Artois' own vanguard had met its own destruction, and going on now, in this same violent banquet, to help end the Ayyubid dynasty's own direct rule over Egypt with his own hand, a single figure whose own path across this whole story runs from one battlefield directly into the founding violence of an entirely new government. It is worth pausing too on Joinville's own claim, preserved in his later chronicle, to have personally witnessed a portion of this same chaotic and genuinely terrifying scene, because Joinville, still held in Egyptian captivity alongside Louis at the time, describes hearing the commotion of Turanshah's own attempted flight, and the pursuit that followed, testimony several modern historians treat with appropriate caution, given how thoroughly it may have been shaped and reshaped across the decades between the actual event and Joinville's own eventual writing of it down, but testimony that nonetheless captures, with a genuine and visceral immediacy few other surviving sources manage, exactly how frightening it must have felt to be a captive Christian prisoner watching the very government responsible for one's own fate violently and unpredictably overthrow itself in real time, with no way of knowing what the outcome might mean for prisoners like himself. It is worth pausing, at real length, on Shajar al-Durr's own extraordinary position in the immediate aftermath of this same assassination, because with Turanshah dead, and no obvious adult male heir of the Ayyubid line remaining readily available to actually claim the throne, the Mamluk commanders who had just killed their own sultan turned, in a decision several modern historians describe as genuinely without precedent anywhere else in the medieval Islamic world, to Shajar al-Durr herself, proclaiming her formally as Sultana, a reigning female ruler of Egypt in her own right, a position she held, according to surviving coinage struck in her own name and surviving Friday prayers offered in her own honour, for a period of roughly 80 days. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how genuinely and how immediately controversial this same arrangement actually proved, because the Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad, the nominal spiritual head of the wider Sunni Islamic world, whose own formal recognition still carried real symbolic weight, even for a ruler as practically independent as Egypt's own sultans had long since become, sent a message several surviving Arabic sources describe as genuinely scathing, reportedly informing the Mamluk establishment in Cairo that if no man remained among them fit to rule, the Caliph himself would gladly send one, a rebuke that reflects, with real clarity, exactly how deeply unusual and exactly how uncomfortable a considerable portion of the wider Islamic political establishment found the prospect of formal female sovereignty, whatever Shajar al-Durr's own considerable personal capability had already demonstrated across the preceding months of crisis. It is worth pausing, too, on how this same pressure was ultimately resolved, because Shajar al-Durr, within a matter of weeks, entered into marriage with Aybak, one of the senior Mamluk commanders and a figure several accounts describe as having played a leading role in Turan Shah's own assassination, Aybak assuming the formal title of Sultan, while Shajar al-Durr, by several accounts, continued to exercise very real practical influence over the actual conduct of government from behind this same new and more conventionally acceptable arrangement, a compromise that satisfied the letter, if not entirely the spirit, of the caliph's own objection, and that established, in these same chaotic weeks, the basic template of Mamluk succession: rule by the strongest and most politically capable member of a slave soldier military caste rather than by any hereditary bloodline, that would go on to govern Egypt for generations to come. A meditation on how much of this whole catastrophe actually turned on chance rather than choice. It is worth pausing at some length before this story follows Louis into captivity on how many separate and genuinely small pieces of pure contingency had to align, one after another, to actually produce the catastrophe this story has spent the whole of tonight describing. Because if the local Bedouin guide who revealed the hidden ford across the Beira Sagir had simply never come forward, or had named a price the crusading army's own treasury could not or would not meet, the vanguard's own crossing might never have happened at that specific moment at all, and if Salih Ayyub had died a few weeks later, after Damietta's own defences had been more fully tested rather than abandoned in a moment of leaderless panic, the city that anchored this entire campaign's own opening success might have cost the crusading army the same ruinous year and a half it had once cost the Fifth Crusade. And if Robert of Artois had simply been a slightly more patient man, or had simply listened, for once, to a Templar Grand Master who was telling him exactly the truth, the single afternoon this whole story keeps circling back to might have unfolded as a genuine and unambiguous Crusader victory, rather than as the opening note of a catastrophe. It is worth pausing too on how directly this same contingency actually complicates any tidy moral lesson this story might otherwise be tempted to offer you tonight, because a chain of events this dependent on a guide's own willingness to talk, a sultan's own specific and unpredictable timing of death, and one impulsive young man's own inability to simply stop when stopping, was the only thing that could have saved him, resists in the end any clean and satisfying explanation of exactly whose fault this catastrophe actually was. A genuinely uncomfortable truth this channel has already offered you in other stories told in this room, that history very rarely hands us a single villain to blame when a chain of individually small and individually explicable decisions happens to align, through nothing more than ordinary bad luck, into a catastrophe considerably larger than the sum of its own parts. It is worth naming honestly the other side of that same contingency too, because this channel does not want to leave you tonight with the impression that nothing about this catastrophe was actually chosen at all, since Louis's own decision to pursue full military conquest rather than Frederick's own considerably more patient diplomatic template, this story has already shown you, was a genuine as deliberate choice, made with real conviction and real understanding of the alternative already sitting in this whole crusading movement's own recent institutional memory, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with the fact that chance and choice were both actually present in this whole catastrophe at once. A sultan's own death was chance, a guide's own willingness to talk was chance, but the underlying decision to march an army back into the exact geography that had already broken one crusade, rather than attempt the considerably less bloody alternative this same generation had already watched succeed, was, in the end, a choice, made by a king who believed, with his own whole heart, that it was the only choice a properly holy war could actually allow him to make. It is worth pausing briefly on what became of the wider Ayyubid family once this same Mamluk seizure of power in Egypt had actually run its own course, because the dynasty Saladin himself had founded did not vanish from the region entirely. Several of Salih Ayyub's own Ayyubid relatives continuing to govern smaller principalities across Syria, in Damascus, in Aleppo, and in the considerably more remote territories this channel has already described the family disputing among themselves during the events of the Sixth Crusade. A fractured and increasingly marginalised survival several modern historians describe as a slow, decades-long fade rather than any single dramatic extinction. The last meaningfully independent Ayyubid prince in Syria not actually losing his own remaining territory, until the Mongol invasions of the following decade swept the whole region into a period of even greater and even more violent upheaval than this story has already shown you Egypt itself experiencing. A ransom paid in gold, and a city returned in exchange for it. It is worth pausing at real length on the actual negotiations that determined Louis's own eventual release, because the new Mamluk government, whatever the genuine chaos of its own founding, moved with real speed to conclude terms with its own captive king, negotiations that settled, according to several surviving accounts, on a ransom Louis himself would pay in exchange for his own freedom and for the freedom of his own surviving nobles, together with the formal restoration of Damietta itself to Egyptian control, terms several modern historians describe as considerably harsher than anything the Fifth Crusade's own leadership had ever actually been offered during Pelagius's own long negotiation with Al-Kamil, a reflection, in its own way, of exactly how completely and how decisively this new campaign had actually been defeated compared to its own earlier, more ambiguous predecessor. It is worth pausing briefly on the actual sum this same ransom eventually settled at, because surviving accounts describe an initial demand of roughly 1 million gold bezants, a figure Louis's own negotiators managed, through careful bargaining, to reduce to approximately 800,000 bezants, equivalent, by several modern estimates, to something in the region of 400,000 livres of the French royal currency, an enormous sum by any measure of this period, though considerably smaller, several historians note, than the total cost of the Crusade's own original preparation and provisioning, a detail that makes plain, in the coldest possible financial terms, exactly how much money this entire campaign actually consumed before it had even reached the point of needing to ransom back the very king who had funded it. It is worth pausing too on a small but genuinely striking detail several surviving accounts preserve from the actual moment of payment, because Louis, according to Joinville's own testimony, insisted on having the ransom sum carefully and honestly weighed and counted rather than simply accepted on trust by his own Egyptian negotiators, a piece of scrupulous personal honesty several modern historians read as entirely consistent with the same rigid, exacting personal integrity this story has already shown you shaping Louis's own conduct of justice back home in France. A captive king apparently more concerned, even in the depths of his own genuine humiliation, with the strict and literal honesty of the transaction securing his own freedom, than with simply securing that freedom by whatever means proved quickest. It is worth pausing at real length on a genuinely harrowing episode Joinville's own chronicle preserves from these same weeks of captivity, because he describes Egyptian captors moving among the considerable body of common Crusader prisoners, offering immediate release and considerable reward to any man willing to formally renounce his own Christian faith, and offer several accounts describe the overwhelming majority of prisoners refusing outright, and Joinville records, with real and evident feeling, the specific case of a single ordinary sergeant who, having been threatened with death for his own continued refusal, chose to accept execution rather than convert. A piece of quiet, unrecorded by name courage this channel finds worth naming plainly tonight, precisely because the man who displayed it has come down to us, across 8 centuries, without even the dignity of his own preserved name, a single ordinary soldier's own considered choice mattering, in the moment he actually made it, every bit as much as any decision a king or a sultan made across the whole of this long story, and yet surviving in our own present-day memory only as an anonymous illustration in someone else's chronicle. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the actual mechanics of how these same negotiations were carried out, because Louis, held captive alongside the greater part of his own surviving nobility, conducted much of the actual bargaining through a small number of trusted intermediaries, among them Geoffrey of Sarginus, a knight several surviving accounts describe as having fought with particular distinction in the desperate defence of the king's own person during the retreat's own final collapse, and it is worth naming too that these same negotiations unfolded across the exact same chaotic days. This story has already described the Mamluk establishment assassinating its own newly arrived sultan, Louis's own captors, changing, in the most literal sense, in the middle of the very negotiation determining whether he would live to see France again, a genuinely precarious position. Several surviving accounts describe Louis and his own fellow captives enduring with considerable and well-documented anxiety. It is worth naming, plainly, that Damietta itself, the city Louis's own army had taken so easily and so bloodlessly less than a year earlier, was formally returned to Egyptian control as part of this same settlement in early May of 1250, closing, in a single administrative transaction, the whole of this crusade's only genuine territorial conquest, a city held for less than a full year before being handed directly back to the very dynasty, considerably changed in the intervening months from Ayyubid to Mamluk that had lost it in the first place. It is worth naming, honestly, that this same negotiated release did not actually extend to the whole of the crusading army equally, because while Louis himself and the great majority of his own captured nobility sailed free once the ransom's own terms had been satisfied, a considerable number of ordinary common soldiers taken prisoner during the retreat's own final collapse remained behind in Egyptian hands, several surviving accounts describing years of continued captivity, and in a number of documented cases conversion to Islam, either genuine or expedient among common prisoners for whom no lord, no family and no portion of the crown's own considerable ransom had ever actually been specifically allocated. A quiet and rather bitter postscript to a settlement, popular memory tends to remember chiefly as the moment a defeated king finally purchased his own freedom. 4 years spent rebuilding walls nobody had specifically asked him to rebuild. It is worth pausing, at real length, on the decision Louis made once his own freedom had actually been secured, because rather than sail immediately home to France, a kingdom his own mother Blanche of Castile had governed capably as regent throughout his own entire absence, Louis chose instead to remain in the Holy Land for a further 4 years, based chiefly at Acre, the same cosmopolitan port city this channel has already described serving as the Crusader state's own last significant stronghold across both the 5th and 6th Crusades, a decision several of Louis's own advisors reportedly urged him against, and one Louis himself, according to his own later explanation preserved in Joinville's account, made specifically because he judged that a French king who had come this far and accomplished this little owed the surviving Christian population of the Holy Land considerably more than a hasty and embarrassed retreat home. It is worth pausing briefly on what Louis actually spent these same 4 years doing, because this channel has already shown you, in the earlier story of the Sixth Crusade, the specific and genuinely consequential vulnerability that an undefended Jerusalem exposed in 1244, and Louis, understanding this same lesson with real clarity, devoted the great majority of his own remaining time and his own remaining considerable resources to the systematic refortification of the Crusader state's own surviving coastal strongholds, personally overseeing and substantially funding new fortifications at Acre, at Caesarea, at Jaffa, and at Sidon, a program of defensive construction several modern historians describe as leaving these same cities considerably better fortified by the time Louis finally did sail for home than they had been at any point in the preceding several decades. It is worth pausing too on how directly this same building program actually connects to a pattern this channel has already traced across its earlier crusading stories told in this room. The recurring and genuinely instructive lesson, first drawn from Al-Mu'azzam's own deliberate demolition of Jerusalem's own walls, and then drawn again from the Khwarezmian catastrophe. Those same demolished walls made possible that a holy city or a holy kingdom held without adequate physical defence remained, whatever its own formal legal or diplomatic status, permanently and catastrophically vulnerable to exactly the kind of sudden violent reconquest this whole crusading movement's own history kept demonstrating again and again, a lesson Louis himself, whatever the considerable strategic failures of his own actual military campaign in Egypt, appears to have genuinely and thoroughly absorbed. It is worth naming briefly what actually became of the two Mongol diplomatic initiatives this story has already described Louis pursuing, because Andrew of Longjumeau, dispatched from Cyprus in response to Elgigide's own encouraging overture, eventually reached the distant Mongol court only to receive, in return, a considerably less friendly reply than the Crusaders had hoped for, a demand for Christian submission and tribute rather than any genuine offer of military partnership, a response that reached Louis only after Damietta's own capture, at a moment when the Crusades' own fortunes had already begun the long slide this story has spent tonight describing, and it was from Acre, several years later, during these same 4 years of rebuilding, that Louis dispatched a second and rather more famous mission. A Franciscan friar named William of Rubruck, whose own subsequent written account of his own journey deep into Mongol Central Asia survives today as one of the single most valuable pieces of medieval European travel literature this entire era produced. A friar who set out seeking military alliance and came home instead, having produced one of the great works of medieval geography and ethnography, almost as an incidental byproduct of a diplomatic mission that had, in its own narrower strategic terms, already failed. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the specific and considerable sums Louis actually spent on the fortification work this story has already described him undertaking at Acre, Caesarea, Jaffa and Sidon, because surviving financial records from these same years describe expenditure several modern historians estimate at well over 100,000 livres across the whole of this 4-year programme, a sum drawn, once again, chiefly from continued taxation and continued financial support sent east from France. Louis personally inspecting and directing much of this same construction work, several accounts describe, with the same close, hands-on attention to detail. This story has already shown you shaping his own earlier investigation of corrupt royal officials back home, a defeated Crusader king who had, by this point, effectively become his own kingdom's most dedicated military engineer. It is worth pausing briefly on how the Crusader state's own local baronage, the same accumulated, locally rooted community this channel has already described the Ibelin family belonging to, across the earlier stories of the 5th and 6th Crusades, actually received Louis during these same 4 years, because a king arriving fresh from total military catastrophe, however genuinely devout and however genuinely generous, with his own considerable remaining resources, occupied a rather more complicated position among a local nobility that had, by this stage, watched several successive waves of confident European crusaders arrive, fail, and depart across the better part of half a century, several surviving accounts describing a wary but ultimately genuine respect developing between Louis and the local barons across these same years, earned less through any dramatic military success, since Louis had none left to offer, than through the same patient, unglamorous, and genuinely useful work of fortification and diplomacy this story has already described him undertaking. It is worth pausing too on how directly this same 4-year stay actually functions as this whole story's own final and most explicit demonstration of the both hands truth it has already asked you to hold about Louis himself, because a lesser king, or a more purely self-interested one, could have sailed home the moment his own ransom was paid, nursing his own humiliation in private and leaving the Crusader states to manage their own continued vulnerability as best they could. And Louis instead spent 4 further years and a further considerable fortune making those same states measurably safer. A choice this channel finds genuinely difficult to fit neatly into, either the story of a saint or the story of a strategic failure, because it was, in the end, simply both at once. It is worth pausing at some length on how this whole crusade actually fits into the wider, and by this point considerably narrowing pattern of crusading history this channel has already spent several long nights in this room tracing for you. Because the first, the third, and the 6th Crusades this channel has already described had each, in their own different ways, produced at least some genuine and lasting territorial or diplomatic gain, however partial or however short-lived, while the 2nd, the 4th, and the 5th had each failed in their own separate and distinctive ways. And Louis's own crusade, this story has shown you across the whole of tonight's telling, failed in a manner that combined pieces of several of these earlier failures at once: a catastrophic military defeat like the 5th, a costly diversion of resources like the 4th, though directed this time toward Louis's own captivity rather than toward any rival Christian city, and a final settlement that, like the Second Crusade's own outright collapse, secured nothing of any lasting territorial value at all. It is worth pausing briefly on the total financial reckoning of this whole campaign, taken start to finish, because several modern historians who have attempted to add together the considerable cost of 4 years of preparation and the construction of an entirely new harbour, the fleet contracts with Genoa and Marseille, the ransom eventually paid for Louis's own freedom, and the further 100,000 livres and more this story has already described him spending on fortification work across his own 4 years at Acre, arrive at a combined total several estimates place at well over 2 million livres, a sum this channel finds worth sitting with plainly, because it represents, by some considerable margin, the single largest concentration of 13th century French royal wealth, this whole kingdom's own government ever directed toward any single undertaking, spent, in the final accounting, on a campaign that recovered no territory of any lasting value at all, ransomed back the very king who had financed it, and left the Crusader states measurably safer only through 4 further years of quiet, unglamorous rebuilding that had nothing whatsoever to do with the Crusade's own original, considerably grander military ambition. It is worth pausing too on how directly this same campaign completes a pattern this channel has already traced across 3 separate crusading expeditions, this movement directed at Egypt specifically, because the 4th Crusade, this channel has already described in its own earlier story told in this room, set out for Egypt and never actually arrived at all, diverted first to Zara and then to Constantinople before its own considerable energy was spent entirely on conquests it had never originally intended, while the 5th Crusade reached Egypt, held Damietta for the better part of 2 years, and lost everything at the negotiating table through Pelagius's own fatal refusal to accept a peace already being offered, and the 7th, this whole long night has now shown you, reached Egypt, held Damietta for less than a single year, and lost considerably more, an entire army and its own king's own freedom, not at any negotiating table but on the battlefield itself. 3 separate attempts at the very same strategic logic, 3 separate and increasingly costly ways of failing to actually execute it, and not one single acre of lasting Egyptian territory to show for the combined weight of all 3. It is worth naming plainly that this same crusade represents, in a real and rather sobering sense, this whole movement's own last genuine attempt at the kind of massive, centrally organised, single monarch-led expedition this channel has spent so many nights in this room describing, because while Louis himself would go on to attempt one further crusade in 1270, and while smaller and considerably less ambitious expeditions would continue to trickle east for a further several decades after that, no future crusading effort, this whole movement's own remaining half-century of activity ever again commanded the scale of resources, the depth of royal personal commitment, or the sheer breadth of popular hope that Louis's own 4 years of patient preparation had once assembled at a harbour built from nothing specifically to carry it. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how directly this same exhaustion actually shows up in the wider recruitment record of the crusading movement's own final decades, because several modern historians who have studied the surviving preaching and taxation records from the second half of the 13th century describe a genuine and measurable decline in ordinary popular enthusiasm for crusading vows following the news of Louis's own catastrophe. Parish sermons increasingly obliged to work considerably harder to persuade audiences who had, within living memory, now watched 2 separate large-scale expeditions, the Fifth Crusade and now this one, end in total military disaster in that same stretch of the Nile Delta, a fatigue this channel finds worth naming plainly as one further, quieter casualty of this whole catastrophic campaign. An entire generation of Christendom's own crusading idealism spent, in very considerable part, on a single canal crossing that had already told anyone paying close enough attention exactly how it was going to end. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how directly this same exhaustion also shows up in the increasingly reluctant financial record of the crusading movement's own final decades, because subsequent popes attempting to levy new crusading taxes across the second half of the 13th century encountered. Several surviving diocesan complaints describe a resistance and a foot-dragging considerably more pronounced than anything this channel has described the Church's own earlier crusading levies facing, French and English bishops alike increasingly willing to petition Rome directly for exemptions or reductions. A quiet, unglamorous erosion of institutional willingness that mattered, in the end, every bit as much to this whole movement's own eventual conclusion as any single battlefield defeat this channel has described across its several crusading stories told in this room. It is worth pausing, briefly too, on why Joinville himself, in his own considerable old age, actually agreed to set down the whole of this story in writing, because his own chronicle records that the request came directly from Jeanne of Navarre, the queen consort of Louis's own grandson, Philip IV, who asked Joinville, then one of the last living men who had actually known Louis personally, to preserve his own memories before they were lost entirely to the passage of time, a commission Joinville, well into his own 80s by the time he actually completed it, appears to have approached with a genuine and rather moving sense of personal urgency. Several passages in his own chronicle, reading less like formal history and more like an old man's own careful, unhurried effort to make sure a friend he had loved would not simply be allowed to fade from memory once no one remained alive who had actually shared a tent, a battlefield, and a foreign prison with him. It is worth pausing briefly on how these same years in Acre were actually financed, because Louis, having already spent an enormous fortune on the Crusade's own original preparation and on his own considerable ransom, drew during this same period on continued taxation and continued financial support from France itself. Several surviving records describing his own mother, Blanche's own government back home, maintaining a steady flow of funds eastward across these same years, a quiet and unglamorous financial partnership between an absent king and a capable regent that allowed Louis's own considerable rebuilding program to actually proceed despite the Crusades' own catastrophic original failure, having already exhausted so much of the kingdom's own accumulated wealth. A mother's death that finally called a defeated king home. It is worth pausing at real length on the specific news that finally brought these same 4 years in the East to a close, because Blanche of Castile, the formidable regent whose own steady governance had kept France stable and kept the necessary funds flowing east across the whole of her own son's absence, died in November of 1252, news that reached Louis in the Holy Land only some months later, and it is worth naming plainly that Louis's own grief at this same loss, by several surviving accounts, was genuine and considerable, his own mother having shaped, quite literally from his own earliest childhood, nearly every aspect of the pious, disciplined, and exactingly moral character this entire story has spent tonight describing. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly this same loss actually forced Louis's own hand, because a kingdom now without its own capable regent and increasingly anxious, several surviving accounts suggest about the prospect of continued royal absence at a moment of genuine domestic uncertainty, could no longer easily spare its own king for further years of rebuilding work in a Holy Land that had, in the strictest military terms, already defeated him, and Louis, weighing his own genuine reluctance to abandon the Crusader state's own ongoing vulnerability against his own equally genuine responsibility to a kingdom that had just lost the one person who had governed it so ably in his own absence, finally sailed for France in the spring of 1254, arriving home in July of that same year after an absence of nearly 6 full years. 2 hands held open at once. It is worth pausing at some length on how this whole story actually asks us to weigh Louis himself, because this channel does not want to leave you tonight with either a simple portrait of sainted virtue or a simple portrait of reckless royal folly, since both readings, taken entirely on their own, genuinely fail to capture the man this whole long story has actually shown you across its several long chapters. In one hand, hold everything this story has already shown you that was genuinely admirable. A king who built a harbour from nothing rather than depend on another power's goodwill, who financed an entire campaign through years of patient and disciplined saving, rather than the kind of catastrophic borrowing this channel has already shown you crippling the Fourth Crusade, who maintained a single unified command across the whole of his own campaign rather than allow the kind of divided authority that doomed the Fifth, who personally fought alongside his own suffering men rather than direct their deaths from any position of comfortable safety, who insisted on an honest and carefully counted ransom even in his own moment of greatest humiliation, and who spent 4 further years and a further considerable fortune rebuilding the defences of a holy land that had already, by any strict military accounting, defeated him. In the other hand, hold everything this same story has also shown you that was genuinely troubling. A king whose own rigid and absolute certainty about the singular correctness of his own faith had already produced, only a few years before this crusade sailed, the public burning of 24 cartloads of Hebrew scripture in the streets of his own capital. A king who dismissed, without any of the patient curiosity this channel has already shown you, Frederick II bringing to his own negotiations with Al-Kamil during the Sixth Crusade, the possibility of any negotiated settlement with Egypt's own rulers, choosing instead the same full military conquest that had already once failed catastrophically for Pelagius during the Fifth Crusade, and whose own younger brother's death at Mansourah, whatever the genuine individual recklessness of Robert's own specific decision that morning, unfolded within a command structure and a family dynamic this story has already shown you, Louis himself never fully managing to control. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how directly this same contrast actually sharpens when set beside the emperor this channel has already told you about in the story of the Sixth Crusade, because Frederick II, this story has already reminded you tonight, relocated a defeated Muslim population to Lucera and allowed them to practice their own faith openly under his own direct royal protection, while Louis, only a few years before taking his own crusading vow, presided over the public burning of the sacred texts of his own kingdom's Jewish population. Two Christian rulers separated by less than a generation, and by a considerable ocean of temperament, one whose own cosmopolitan curiosity extended a genuine, if imperfect, tolerance toward religious difference, and one whose own rigid and absolute certainty about the singular correctness of his own faith left no comparable room for it. A contrast this channel finds worth naming plainly, rather than resolving, because both men, in their own very different ways, are remembered today as genuinely consequential figures of this same crusading era, and neither one's own considerable virtues fully cancel out the other's own considerable failures. It is worth naming, briefly, one further and genuinely lasting institution tradition connects to this same crusade's own human cost, because a Parisian hospice for the blind, still standing today, and still operating as a hospital specialising in the treatment of the eyes, is traditionally associated with a considerable number of crusaders. This same campaign left permanently blinded, whether through wounds, through disease, or through the kind of judicial mutilation this channel has already shown you, medieval warfare inflicting on captured soldiers in earlier stories told in this room. Several modern historians treating the specific founding legend with appropriate caution, while still noting that the institution's own documented charitable purpose, caring for those blinded in the king's own service, sits entirely comfortably alongside everything else this story has shown you about the particular shape of Louis's own conscience. A quiet, unglamorous act of institutional charity considerably more directly traceable to this campaign's own human wreckage than almost anything else this story has described Louis actually building. It is worth pausing too on how directly this same both-hands truth actually connects to the wider tension this channel has already traced across its earlier crusading stories told in this room, the recurring difficulty of a movement that understood itself at its own deepest foundation as an expression of genuine spiritual devotion, repeatedly producing from that very same devotion both genuinely admirable acts of personal sacrifice and genuinely destructive acts of intolerance and violence, a tension this story is not going to resolve for you tonight any more than the Sixth Crusade's own story resolved the parallel tension this channel already showed you shaping Frederick's own, considerably more cosmopolitan and considerably more religiously curious version of the very same underlying crusading impulse. It is worth pausing briefly too on a rather different both-hands truth this story owes to the side of this conflict it has spent considerably less time inside tonight, because the very Bari Mamluks whose own tactical brilliance first destroyed Robert of Artois' own vanguard, and then went on to found an entirely new Egyptian dynasty, were themselves, this story has already told you, purchased as children, taken from their own families in the Central Asian and Caucasian steppe, and raised from boyhood in a system of institutionalized bondage no less real, for the genuine military glory and the genuine political power. A small number of these same men eventually rose to claim a victory this story has spent tonight describing in terms of tactics and strategy that rested at its own human foundation on exactly the same trade in captured and purchased human beings. This channel has already shown you, shadowing the ransom economy on the crusading side of this same conflict, A reminder that the language of victory and defeat this whole crusading movement's own history keeps using so freely very rarely tells us anything at all about which of the men actually fighting on either side of a given battlefield were there by their own free choice. The uncounted dead, and the men whose names the chronicles never trouble to record. It is worth pausing at some length on the ordinary soldiers of this entire campaign, because this whole story has, by simple necessity, spent the great majority of its own telling following kings and sultans and princes and generals, the men whose own names the surviving chronicles bothered to preserve, and it is worth naming honestly that the actual human cost of this campaign fell overwhelmingly on men. This channel, and every surviving source it has been able to draw upon, simply cannot name it all. Several modern historians estimating total Crusader losses across the whole of this campaign, dead from battle, from disease, and from the mass killings of prisoners this story has already described, at somewhere in the range of a full third of the considerable army that originally sailed from Aigues-Mortes, a proportion this channel finds genuinely staggering to sit with, an army that lost roughly one man in every three to a campaign that, in the end, recaptured no territory of any lasting value at all. It is worth pausing too on the specific and rather bitter inequality this same casualty pattern actually reflects, because the surviving sources drawn overwhelmingly from the pens of nobles and clergy writing for an audience of their own peers preserve the names, the wounds, and even the individual heroic gestures of men like Robert of Artois and William Longuespay in loving and repeated detail, while the ordinary common soldiers who made up the overwhelming bulk of both the army and its own considerable losses appear in these same accounts, when they appear at all, only as an undifferentiated mass, a pattern this channel has already noted shaping the surviving record of nearly every crusade it has told you about, across its several long nights in this room, and one that leaves us tonight able to tell you a great deal about the death of a single prince in the streets of Mansourah, and almost nothing at all about the deaths of the several thousand ordinary men who died in that same catastrophe alongside him. It is worth naming briefly too the considerable number of common soldiers who survived the campaign's own catastrophic collapse, only to remain in Egyptian captivity for years afterward, because Lewis's own ransom, considerable as it was, secured chiefly the freedom of the campaign's own noble and knightly captives. Several surviving accounts describing a considerable number of ordinary soldiers left behind in Egyptian hands for lack of any family or lord wealthy enough to actually pay for their own individual release, men whose own eventual fate, whether ransomed years later through some further diplomatic arrangement, converted and absorbed into Egyptian society, or simply left to live out their own remaining years in servitude. The surviving sources this channel has been able to consult simply do not reliably record. It is worth pausing at some length on a small handful of the specific, individually named ordinary voices Joinville's own chronicle does happen to preserve for us, because his own account, whatever its own later hagiographic purpose, is genuinely unusual among the surviving crusading chronicles this channel has described, across its several stories told in this room, for the sheer amount of ordinary, unglamorous human detail it bothers to record. Joinville describing, among a great many other small human moments, a poor knight in his own company, who'd run so completely out of funds during the long Cyprus winter that he could no longer afford to feed his own horse, and whom Joinville himself quietly assisted, rather than let the man's own poverty become a public humiliation, a small act of unrecorded generosity this channel finds worth naming, precisely because it very nearly was not recorded at all, surviving only because the particular chronicler who happened to witness it also happened to live long enough and care enough to eventually write it down. It is worth pausing too on Joinville's own account of the general mood within the Crusader camp during the darkest days of the retreat toward Damietta, because he describes, with a candour several modern historians find genuinely remarkable for a chronicle written to help secure a king's own sainthood. Ordinary soldiers so exhausted and so thoroughly demoralised that a considerable number simply sat down along the roadside during the retreat and refused to move any further, choosing, in effect, to await capture or death rather than continue a flight several of them had apparently concluded offered no real hope of actually succeeding. A detail this channel offers because it captures, with a specificity no dry casualty count ever could, exactly what the human collapse of an army this size actually looked like from the inside. Man by exhausted man. It is worth pausing briefly too on the considerable number of women and children who followed this same crusading army east, as camp followers, laundresses, and the wives and dependents of ordinary soldiers, a population several surviving accounts acknowledge existed in real numbers throughout the campaign without ever actually troubling to count, name, or individually describe them in anything beyond the most passing terms, a silence this channel has already noted characterising the surviving record of nearly every crusade it has told you about across its several long nights in this room, and one this channel finds worth naming plainly here again tonight, rather than simply repeating without comment, because these same women shared, in every meaningful respect, the same disease, the same starvation, and in more than one documented instance the same violent death that this story has already described, claiming a third of the army's own fighting men, without ever once being counted among that same third at all. How we actually know all of this, and whose particular interests shape the telling. It is worth pausing at some length on the specific sources this whole story has drawn upon tonight, because understanding whose hand actually wrote down each piece of this account matters considerably to understanding what each source does and does not tell us with confidence, and the single most valuable of these sources, by a very considerable margin, is Jean de Joinville's own Life of St. Louis, the chronicle this story has already quoted from repeatedly tonight, written not during the Crusade itself but many decades later, in Joinville's own old age, at the express request of a French royal court actively campaigning, in the final years of the 1200s, to have Louis formally canonised as a saint, a fact this channel finds genuinely important to sit with, because a chronicle commissioned specifically to support a canonisation case carries, however genuinely and however personally sincere Joinville's own affection for his old friend and king plainly was, an unmistakable institutional incentive to present its own subject in the most flattering possible light. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how this same bias actually shows up, and does not show up, in Joinville's own specific account, because several modern historians who have studied his own chronicle closely note that Joinville's own genuine skill as a witness lies precisely in his own refusal to fully sand down the campaign's own considerable failures, Joinville recording Louis's own moments of genuine doubt, genuine physical suffering, and genuine strategic misjudgment, with a candour that a more purely hagiographic account might well have simply omitted, even as the chronicle's own overall arc still bends, quite unmistakably, toward presenting Louis's own personal character as worthy of the sainthood the court commissioning it was actively working to secure. It is worth naming briefly Matthew Paris, the English Benedictine monk this channel has already gestured toward, whose own considerable chronicle, the Chronica Majora, offers a genuinely useful counterweight to Joinville's own more sympathetic French perspective. Matthew writing from the safe distance of St Albans in England, rather than from any personal presence on the campaign itself, and bringing to his own account a considerably more sceptical and considerably more critical eye toward the whole crusading enterprise, several passages in his own chronicle voicing real and pointed doubt about whether this entire campaign's own enormous cost in money and in human life had actually been justified by anything it eventually achieved, a scepticism this channel finds genuinely valuable, precisely because it comes from a writer with no personal stake in protecting Lewis's own reputation. It is worth pausing too on the considerable body of Arabic language sources this same story is also drawn upon, because Ibn Wasil, a contemporary historian actually present in Egypt during these same events, and personally acquainted with several of the Ayyubid and early Mamluk officials this story has described, offers an invaluable eyewitness perspective from the opposing side of this entire conflict, while al-Makrizi, writing considerably later, in the 14th and 15th centuries, under the settled rule of the very Mamluk dynasty, this crusade's own collapse had helped to birth, brings to his own retrospective account a rather different and rather more institutionally interested bias than Ibn Wasil's own more immediate testimony. Al-Makrizi's own version of events understandably inclined to present the Mamluk seizure of power and the assassination of Turan Shah that made it possible, in terms that lend that same founding violence the maximum possible retrospective legitimacy for the dynasty al-Makrizi himself was writing under, and in his own way, writing for. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly these same competing biases actually shape the specific details this story has told you tonight, because the exact circumstances of Fakhr ad-Din's own death, the precise manner of Turanshah's own assassination, and the exact degree of Robert of Artois' own culpability for the catastrophe at Mansourah all vary, in small but genuinely meaningful ways, between the Christian and the Arabic accounts this channel has drawn upon, a divergence this channel finds worth naming honestly rather than smoothing over, because the truest version of this whole story almost certainly sits somewhere in the considerable overlap between these several competing tellings, rather than belonging entirely to any single one of them. It is worth pausing too on how thoroughly these same competing sources, for all their own real and considerable disagreements about who bore the greater blame for any given moment of this catastrophe, actually agree on the basic underlying humanity of the men fighting on both sides of it, because both the Christian and the Arabic accounts this story is drawn upon tonight describe genuine individual acts of courage, genuine individual acts of mercy, and genuine individual acts of brutality occurring on both sides of this same conflict, in roughly equal measure, a symmetry this channel finds worth naming plainly, rather than letting either tradition's own understandable partiality obscure it, because the crusading movement's own popular modern memory still occasionally reaches for a simpler story than the sources themselves actually support. One side cast as straightforwardly righteous, and the other as straightforwardly villainous, when the actual surviving record this whole story is drawn upon tonight shows us, again and again, ordinary men on both banks of that same canal, making the same small human choices between courage and self-preservation, between mercy and cruelty, that this whole story has already shown you Lewis, Robert, Shajar al-Dur, and an unnamed sergeant, all separately making in their own turn. It is worth pausing briefly too on a considerably less literary but genuinely valuable form of evidence this same story also rests upon, because the coins Shajar al-Dur struck in her own name during her own brief 80-day reign survive today in museum collections across the world, small physical objects that corroborate, in a way no chronicler's own possibly biased retelling ever fully can, the plain historical fact that a formerly enslaved woman really did, if only for a matter of weeks, rule Egypt formally and openly in her own right, a piece of hard material evidence this channel finds genuinely worth naming here tonight, because it reminds us that the truest foundation of a story this old is rarely any single written account at all, however vivid or however carefully weighed against its own rivals, but the small, stubborn, physical objects that a given moment in history happened to leave behind for us to actually hold. It is worth pausing, briefly, on a further and rather more anonymous French source this story is also quietly drawn upon tonight, the so-called Rothlin continuation of an earlier crusading chronicle tradition, compiled by an unknown French author working somewhat closer in time to the actual events than Joinville's own considerably later recollection, a source several modern historians value precisely because its own author's identity, and therefore its own author's particular institutional interests, remain genuinely unknown, offering a version of events shaped by no single court's own commissioning hand, even as its own anonymity makes it correspondingly harder to weigh against the very specific and very traceable biases this story has already shown you, shaping Joinville's, Matthew Paris's, and Al-Makrisi's own respective accounts. It is worth pausing at some length on how the news of this same catastrophe was actually received back home in France, because it reached the kingdom in stages across the spring and early summer of 1250, first as rumour, and then with growing and increasingly devastating confirmation as established fact, and it is worth naming plainly how differently this same reception unfolded compared to the considerably more muted response this channel has already described. Greeting the Fifth Crusade's own failure a full generation earlier, because Louis's own crusade had been financed, preached, and celebrated with a degree of concentrated French national investment. This channel has already shown you the earlier, more pan-European expedition never actually possessed, so that the news of an entire generation of French nobility captured or killed, and of the king himself a prisoner in a foreign land, produced, across the kingdom's own parishes and its own noble households alike, a grief and a genuine national anxiety several surviving accounts describe as considerably more acute and considerably more widely shared than anything this channel has described any earlier crusading failure actually generating. It is worth pausing too on how directly Blanche of Castile, still governing the kingdom as regent during these same anxious months, actually managed this same crisis of confidence, because several surviving accounts describe the regent moving with real speed and real political skill to reassure a frightened kingdom, suppressing panic, organising what financial and military support could still usefully be sent east, and holding the machinery of French royal government together through months of genuine uncertainty about whether her own son would ever actually return at all, a second demonstration following the considerably more famous baronial revolts of Louis's own childhood minority, of exactly the steady, capable governance this story has already credited her with providing across the whole of her own son's reign. It is worth pausing at some length on the genuinely difficult theological question this same catastrophe posed for a considerable portion of 13th century Christendom, because a movement that had spent a century and a quarter insisting, this story has already reminded you tonight that crusading victory functioned as visible proof of God's own favour resting on properly holy war, now had to somehow account for the fact that its own most personally devout, most carefully prepared, and most genuinely virtuous royal crusader in living memory had been allowed, by that same God, to suffer total and humiliating defeat, several surviving sermons and theological writings from these same years wrestling with exactly this same uncomfortable question, some concluding that the defeat represented a divine test of Louis's own faith rather than any judgment against it, others suggesting more uncomfortably still that the sins of the wider crusading army, rather than any failure of its own king, had brought this same catastrophe down upon them all, a theological scrambling this channel finds worth naming plainly because it illustrates, one final time tonight, exactly the same discomfort this channel has already shown you. The Church experiencing when Frederick's own considerably more successful, but considerably less martial crusade succeeded through negotiation rather than the sword, a movement that had built its own entire self-understanding around a clean and legible relationship between virtue and victory, finding itself, in this crusade's own aftermath, forced to explain why that same relationship had apparently broken down so completely and so publicly. an echo that had already been heard once before, and a warning that had already been written into a name. It is worth pausing at real length on how directly this whole campaign actually connects back to the two earlier crusading stories this channel has already told you in this same room, because the Seventh Crusade represents, in ways this story has already shown you across the whole of tonight's telling, the single clearest and single most literal repetition this entire 2-century crusading movement ever produced. An army landing at the exact same city, Damietta, that the Fifth Crusade had once besieged for well over a year, advancing along the exact same stretch of the Nile, and meeting its own catastrophic end at a town literally named, in the plainest possible terms, to commemorate the defeat of the very predecessor whose own strategy this new crusade was, in nearly every material respect, simply repeating. It is worth pausing too, on the specific and genuinely important way this same repetition differs from the two earlier failures this channel has already described in such detail. Because the Fifth Crusade collapsed, this channel has already shown you, chiefly through a failure of unified command, a legate and a king pulling in opposite directions at the exact moment decisive leadership was most needed, and the Sixth Crusade succeeded where the Fifth had failed, precisely because Frederick II brought to his own negotiation the kind of single, personally engaged royal authority the Fifth Crusade's own divided command had never actually possessed. And Louis, this story has shown you across the whole of tonight's telling, brought exactly that same single, unified, personally engaged command to his own crusade, and lost anyway, a genuinely important twist in this whole channel's own recurring law of disasters, worth sitting with for a moment carefully before this story moves on to what it actually meant in practice, because it points toward a subtler failure. This whole story has already shown you across the whole of tonight's telling without quite naming it, so plainly until now, the particular chivalric culture that had trained a man like Robert of Artois, from earliest boyhood, to understand a battlefield's own momentum as something a man of true courage simply did not interrupt. A cultural expectation this channel has already shown you shaping crusading warfare since long before Louis's own army ever sailed, and one that no institutional reform, however carefully designed, could realistically hope to override in the single, adrenaline-soaked minute a prince actually needed to choose between glory and restraint, that catastrophes are almost never chosen outright by any single villain, but are instead assembled out of a chain of individually reasonable decisions, because this time the chain was not assembled primarily out of divided authority at all, but out of a geography, a river delta whose own seasonal floods and whose own naval vulnerability no amount of unified command could actually neutralize, and a single moment of understandable, and even in its own way admirable battlefield overreach that no institutional reform this channel has described crusading planners, drawing from earlier failures, had ever actually anticipated needing to guard against. It is worth pausing, briefly too, on how differently this same crusade is actually remembered on the Egyptian and the wider Arabic-speaking side of this same history, because where European tradition has, across the centuries since, tended to fold Louis's own defeat into the considerably softer and considerably more redemptive frame of a future saint's own noble suffering, the Arabic historical tradition this channel has already described al-Makrizi writing within remembers this same campaign chiefly as the founding moment of Mamluk Egypt itself, a genuine and celebrated turning point in the region's own history, rather than a footnote to any individual crusader's own personal virtue, a divergence in emphasis. This channel finds worth naming plainly one final time tonight, because it captures, better than almost anything else in this whole long story, exactly how completely the same sequence of events can serve as one civilization's own quiet tragedy and another civilization's own genuine and celebrated founding legend, depending entirely on which side of the canal the person doing the remembering actually happened to be standing. It is worth pausing too on the considerable and rather ominous wider historical current, running beneath the whole of this story's own final chapters, because the same Mongol Empire this channel has already described Louis attempting twice to court as a potential ally would go on, within less than a decade of this crusade's own conclusion, to sack Baghdad itself in 1258, extinguishing the Abbasid Caliphate. This story has already described objecting so forcefully to Shajar el-Durr's own brief reign, an empire whose own westward expansion the newly founded Mamluk state, still barely a decade old, and still governed by many of the same men this story has described killing Turan Shah at that fateful banquet, would go on to finally halt at the Battle of Ain Jalut in 1260 under the command of Baybars himself, the same young officer this story has already shown you fighting in the streets of Mansourah, and striking one of the first blows against his own sultan 2 years later, a single life running in an unbroken line from a crusader's own doomed vanguard, through a sultan's own assassination, to the battle that stopped the Mongol Empire's own westward advance at the very edge of Egypt itself. It is worth pausing briefly on how directly this same lesson would go on to shape the movement's own final and considerably more modest remaining decades, because Louis himself, despite everything this story has shown you across the whole of tonight's telling, would go on, 16 years after his own return from this catastrophe, to take the cross one further time, launching what history remembers as the Eighth Crusade in 1270, an expedition that diverted, for reasons several modern historians still debate at real length, toward Tunis rather than Egypt or the Holy Land directly, and that ended within only a matter of weeks, Louis himself dying of dysentery in a camp outside the city's own walls, the same disease that had so nearly killed him once already at Mansourah finally, on this second occasion, actually succeeding. A present-day bridge, from a walled harbour town to a chapel that survived a fire 8 centuries later. It is worth pausing at some length on where the physical traces of this whole story actually stand today, because Ayyubid, the harbour town this story has already described Louis building from nothing specifically for this crusade, still stands. Its own perfect rectangular circuit of medieval walls remarkably well preserved, drawing considerable numbers of visitors each year who can walk the same ramparts from which this entire catastrophic expedition once actually departed. A quiet monument to 4 years of patient preparation, considerably more visible in the present day than almost anything the campaign itself ever managed to leave behind in Egypt. It is worth pausing too on the Sainte-Chapelle, the jewel box of a royal chapel. This story has already described Louis building in Paris to house the crown of thorns he purchased 5 years before this crusade ever sailed, because that same chapel still stands today in the heart of Paris, its own soaring stained glass windows drawing visitors from across the world, and it is worth naming briefly that the relic itself, moved across the centuries through the upheavals of the French Revolution, and eventually into the keeping of the Archdiocese of Paris, was housed, until quite recently, within the treasury of Notre Dame Cathedral, and was, in one of the more genuinely striking pieces of present-day history this channel has had occasion to note in any of its stories told in this room, rescued by firefighters from the cathedral's own catastrophic fire in the spring of 2019, a relic Louis spent a fortune acquiring, and a chapel building for surviving, 8 centuries later, a disaster that came within a hair's breadth of destroying it entirely. It is worth pausing too on the city of Mansourah itself, because it still stands today as a substantial and thriving Egyptian provincial capital, its own modern name, Al-Mansourah, preserving unchanged, across nearly 8 full centuries, the exact word this story has already asked you to sit with tonight, the victorious, a city whose own ordinary residents go about their own ordinary daily lives today largely unaware or at very least unburdened by any particular daily reminder that the ground beneath their own streets once swallowed an entire crusading vanguard, a king's own younger brother, and very nearly the king himself. A permanence this channel has already offered you as a reminder in earlier stories told in this room, that the cities themselves generally outlast by a very great margin whichever army or whichever ambition happened to march against them in any given century. It is worth pausing too on Damietta itself as it actually stands today, because the city Louis's own army took so easily and lost so completely within the space of a single catastrophic year has grown, across the intervening 8 centuries, into a substantial and genuinely prosperous centre of Egypt's own furniture manufacturing industry, a city whose own workshops and whose own bustling export trade in handcrafted wood furniture occupy, in the present day, almost precisely the same stretch of riverbank. This story has already described Crusader and Egyptian fleets fighting so bitterly over a peaceable and rather ordinary modern industry. This channel finds genuinely worth naming plainly as one final, quiet demonstration of a truth this whole crusading movement's own history keeps returning to, that the ground fought over so bitterly by any given century's own armies generally goes on, given enough centuries to simply become somewhere people live. It is worth pausing too on Aigues-Mortes one final time, because the same walled town this story has already described Louis building specifically to launch a crusade that would end in his own captivity now draws its own considerable modern income chiefly from tourism, visitors walking the same ramparts and the same Constance Tower, where this campaign's own treasury was once so carefully accumulated, a harbour town whose own surrounding lagoons have, across the centuries since Louis's own departure, gradually silted and shifted until the town itself no longer sits directly on open water at all, landlocked now by the same slow, patient geological drift that this whole story has already shown you a river delta capable of producing, a fortress built to launch ships that can no longer actually reach it, standing all the same exactly as solid and exactly as visited as it was the summer Louis's own fleet first sailed away from it. It is worth pausing too on the citadel of Cairo, because the great fortress overlooking that city today, its own silhouette still one of the most recognisable in the whole of modern Egypt, was expanded and embellished across the very Mamluk centuries. This crusade's own catastrophic collapse helped bring into being successive Mamluk sultans descended, in institutional if not in blood, from the same slave-soldier system this story has already described as Salih Ayyub building and Turan Shah so fatally mishandling, raising mosques and palaces within its own walls that remain to this day among the most visited monuments in the whole of Cairo, a skyline this channel finds worth naming plainly as one further piece of physical present-day evidence of exactly how directly the events of a single, catastrophic February afternoon in a Nile Delta canal went on to reshape the architecture, and not merely the politics, of an entire subsequent civilization. It is worth naming briefly one further and rather more personal piece of this same crusade's own lasting legacy, because Robert de Sorbonne, a theologian who served for a period as Louis's own personal chaplain and confessor, and who very likely accompanied him for at least part of this same Eastern campaign, would go on, only a few years after Louis's own return to France, to found a small college for poor scholars of theology in Paris that still bears his own name today, the Sorbonne, an institution that has grown, across the 8 centuries since, into one of the most recognisable universities on earth, a quiet, unglamorous piece of institutional legacy considerably more lasting, this channel finds worth noting once again, than almost anything the Crusade itself ever actually achieved on the battlefield. Let us walk back briefly through the whole shape of this story before we let it rest. because a night this long and this heavily built on echoes deserves one clear, unhurried look back at how each piece actually connected to the next. It began beside a sickbed in a cold room outside Paris, where a young king, believing himself to be dying, made a promise he would spend the rest of his own healthy life determined to keep. It continued through 4 years of genuinely careful and genuinely disciplined preparation. A harbour built from nothing, a treasury patiently filled rather than borrowed against, a fleet contracted on considerably more careful terms than the Fourth Crusade's own catastrophic Venetian bargain. This channel has already described in an earlier story told in this room. It passed through a city taken almost too easily, a sultan dying in secret while his own wife forged his signature well enough to keep an entire kingdom believing itself still led, and a town whose own very name had already told anyone paying close enough attention exactly how this particular river crossing tended to end. It arrived at its own true turning point, at a single reckless charge through unfamiliar streets. A prince who could not be persuaded to stop when stopping was the only thing that might have saved him, and it passed afterward through weeks of slow starvation on a riverbank the enemy's own ships controlled, a captivity, a ransom carefully weighed and honestly counted even in defeat, and 4 further years spent rebuilding walls in a kingdom that had already, by any strict military measure, defeated the very king now paying to fortify it. And it ended finally in a sultanate born out of a single afternoon's violence, a widow who ruled Egypt in her own name for 80 remarkable days, and a dynasty that would go on within Louis's own lifetime and well beyond it, to finish what a century and a half of crusading warfare had never quite managed to accomplish. Running quietly alongside all of it, this story has also shown you a queen giving birth alone in a besieged port and talking a frightened merchant garrison into staying. An old man setting down, decades later, the memories of a friend he refused to let simply disappear, and a single unnamed sergeant choosing, in the space of one terrible afternoon, exactly what he was and was not willing to become in order to keep on living. A name chosen once to commemorate a victory that a second crusading army walked directly into without ever quite reading it correctly. If this story needs one single image to carry with you into sleep tonight, let it be the image this whole account has actually been circling since its very first paragraph. A town built and formally named 3 decades before Louis's own crusade ever sailed, specifically to remember a defeat inflicted on the crusade that came before his own. A name that sat there in plain sight the entire time, translated and understood by absolutely everyone who cared to ask what it meant, and that an army of genuinely careful, genuinely disciplined men, led by a king who had thought through nearly every other detail of this campaign with real and admirable patience, marched directly toward anyway, not through any particular failure of intelligence or any particular failure of courage, but through the far more ordinary and far more universally human difficulty of recognizing, in the moment a battle actually needs it, that a warning has been sitting there, plainly written, the entire time. There is something in that image, this channel thinks, worth carrying beyond the specific history of one crusade and one unlucky river crossing, because most of us, across the ordinary and unremarkable stretch of our own lives, have walked towards some version of the very same warning, a pattern we already half recognized, a name we already half understood, a decision that looked, in the confident flush of an early and genuinely real success, considerably safer than it actually was. And there is a particular and very human ache in discovering, only afterward, that the caution we needed had actually been available to us the entire time, sitting in plain sight, waiting only for the specific kind of attention that a moment of real momentum so rarely allows any of us to actually spare for it. It is worth pausing one further moment on the particular shape this same recognition tends to take, because it very rarely arrives as a single clean realization we can act on immediately, and arrives instead far more often as a slow and uncomfortable dawning, the kind Louis himself may well have felt somewhere in the exhausted, disease-ridden weeks between the battle at Mansourah and the final collapse of the retreat, a growing and unwelcome suspicion that the warning had in fact been there all along, arriving too late to actually change anything, but not too late. This channel would gently suggest to change what a person does with the very next decision still genuinely in front of them. It is worth naming, honestly, the other side of that same lesson too, because this channel does not want to leave you tonight with the simple, bitter thought that careful preparation counts for nothing against a name already written into the ground beneath a soldier's own feet, since Louis's own genuine and considerable virtues, the discipline, the honesty, the personal courage, and above all the quiet, unglamorous 4 years spent afterward, rebuilding walls nobody had specifically asked him to rebuild, mattered too, in ways that outlasted the single catastrophic afternoon at Mansourah by a very great deal. Acre and Caesarea and Jaffa and Sidon standing considerably stronger for years afterward, because a defeated king chose to stay and finish work. No one would have blamed him for simply sailing home from the honest, unglamorous truth this whole story leaves us with being not that virtue guarantees victory, since this whole long night has already shown you, in the most direct possible terms, that it plainly does not, but that what a person does after the defeat, in the 4 quiet years nobody back home was watching closely enough to properly celebrate, can still matter every bit as much as what happened in the single catastrophic hour that produced it. It is worth sitting, one final time, with how ordinary and how universally human the actual shape of that same warning tends to look, wherever it actually appears in a life, because it very rarely arrives as a thunderclap or a burning bush, dramatic enough that no reasonable person could possibly miss it, and looks instead, almost always, exactly like the name of a town a tired and hopeful army had every practical reason to simply march past without stopping to ask what it meant, a closed door mistaken for an open one, a friend's own quiet warning heard and even genuinely considered, and then, in the press of the moment, gently set aside anyway. And this channel suspects that whatever is keeping you awake tonight, whatever quiet decision is sitting somewhere at the edge of your own mind waiting for you to either heed it or walk past it, deserves, if nothing else, the same unhurried attention. This whole long story is spent tonight finally giving to a name that had been sitting in plain sight for 3 full decades before anyone thought to slow down and actually read it. That brings us to the end of our story for tonight. Louis IX returned to France in the summer of 1254 and spent the following 16 years governing his own kingdom with the same disciplined, personally attentive justice this story has already shown you shaping his own conduct since long before this crusade ever sailed, and it is worth naming briefly that this same later reign produced a considerable body of legal reform, a compilation of French legal custom later generations came to know as the establishments of St. Louis, a codification project several modern legal historians describe as considerably less centrally systematic than the constitutions of Melfi. This channel has already described Frederick II producing after his own considerably more successful crusade a generation earlier, but one that nonetheless reflects the same underlying conviction this story has shown you shaping nearly every other decision of Louis's own reign, that a king's own authority existed to serve justice rather than the reverse, before taking the cross one final time in 1270 and dying of dysentery outside the walls of Tunis, the same disease that had so nearly claimed him at Mansourah finally succeeding on this second and final attempt, a death that occurred, this channel finds worth naming plainly, in the company of his own son and eventual successor Philip, who would go on to bring his own father's remains home to the very Sainte-Chapelle Louis had built to house a crown of thorns a full 3 decades earlier. Louis was formally canonised as Saint Louis by Pope Boniface VIII in 1297, a canonisation built in very considerable part on exactly the kind of eyewitness testimony this story has already shown you Jean de Joinville providing in his own old age, a chronicle written specifically to help secure the very sainthood it eventually helped produce, a formal process that had, by the time Boniface finally issued his own ruling, already stretched across a full 27 years of gathered testimony, examined miracles and careful institutional deliberation, several of the miracles eventually credited to Louis's own posthumous intercession, involving, fittingly enough, given everything this story has shown you about his own particular character, the healing of the poor and the sick rather than any grander display of royal or military favour. It is worth naming briefly too that Louis remains, to this day, the only king of France ever to be formally canonised a saint. His own feast day still marked on the 25th of August, the very date of his own death outside the walls of Tunis, and his own name still attached, 8 centuries later, to cities and cathedrals scattered across a considerable portion of the world he himself never lived to see. A considerable American city on the banks of an entirely different river, the Mississippi, still carrying his own name today, founded by French colonists a full 4.5 centuries after his own death. A small and rather striking illustration of exactly how far a single medieval king's own reputation could eventually travel, carried along by the same church that had once, this story has shown you across the whole of tonight's telling, struggled so visibly to explain why God had allowed that same king's own crusade to fail so completely in the first place, a king crowned in reputation, in the end, rather more thoroughly than the single quiet coronation this channel has already described Frederick II, receiving with his own 2 unblessed hands during the story of the Sixth Crusade. Shajar al-Dur, the widow whose own forged signature had once kept an entire kingdom believing itself still led, would go on to rule Egypt in uneasy partnership with her own new husband Ayyubid for a further 7 years, before being murdered herself in 1257, beaten to death, according to several surviving accounts, by a group of slave women acting on the orders of a rival within Ayyubid's own household in the wake of a further and increasingly bitter succession dispute, a violent end this channel finds genuinely worth naming plainly, that the same court intrigue and the same brutal political calculation Shajar al-Dur had once mastered so completely, in the service first of her own dying husband and then of her own considerable personal power, eventually turned against her in exactly the same coin, and it is worth naming, briefly, that Ayyubid himself, her own second husband, and the Sultan, whose own marriage had once satisfied the Caliph's own objection to her rule, had already been murdered only days earlier. Several accounts suggest on Shajar al-Dur's own orders, once she learned he intended to take a second wife, so that both figures at the very centre of this new dynasty's own founding died within the same violent week, 7 years almost to the day after the single banquet at Fariska, where this whole story first showed you that same dynasty being born. It is worth pausing one final time on how directly Shajar al-Dur's own whole story asks for exactly the same both-hands treatment this channel has already given Louis himself tonight, because in one hand sits a woman of genuinely extraordinary capability, a former slave who learned to forge a sultan's own signature convincingly enough to hold an entire kingdom together through the single most dangerous transition of its own history, who ruled Egypt in her own name for 80 remarkable days against the considerable weight of an institutional world that had never once seriously entertained the possibility of a woman doing so, and in the other hand sits a woman whose own considerable power was, in the end, always contingent, always borrowed against the tolerance of men who could, and eventually did, simply decide it had gone on long enough. A life this channel finds worth holding up one final time tonight, as its own quiet demonstration that genuine competence and genuine courage have never, in any era, this channel has told you about, across its several stories told in this room, been sufficient on their own to guarantee a person's own lasting safety, when the institution surrounding them remained determined to eventually withdraw whatever power they had only ever agreed, in the first place, to lend. The Mamluk dynasty this single catastrophic campaign had helped bring into being would go on, within only 10 years of Louis's own release from captivity, to produce Baybars, a former Bahri Mamluk commander who had himself fought in the streets of Mansourah against Robert of Artois' own doomed vanguard, and who would go on, as Sultan, to halt the Mongol advance into the Middle East at the Battle of Ain Jalut in 1260, and then to turn his own considerable military energy directly against the Crusader states themselves, beginning the systematic conquest of Christian strongholds across the Holy Land, Antioch itself, the great city this channel has already described anchoring the First Crusade's own opening campaign, a full 17 decades earlier, falling to Baybars' own armies in 1268, its own population massacred or enslaved in numbers. Several surviving accounts describe as genuinely staggering, even by the standards of this whole often brutal crusading era, a conquest that this channel has already told you, in the earlier story of the Sixth Crusade, would finally and completely conclude with the fall of Acre itself in 1291, a single, direct and genuinely unbroken line running from the streets of Mansourah, where this story reached its own darkest hour tonight, all the way to the final extinguishing of this entire 2-century crusading movement, 4 decades later, on that same city's own burning docks, Marguerite of Provence, the queen whose own courage and whose own considerable political skill this story has already shown you preserving Damietta itself during the single, most dangerous week of the entire campaign, lived on for decades after these same events, outliving her own husband by more than 20 years, and spending much of her own later widowhood in a long and increasingly bitter dispute with her own son, Philip III, over the terms of her own dower lands, a queen whose own decisive intervention had once helped save an entire crusade, remembered by posterity, where she's remembered at all, chiefly as a supporting figure in her own husband's considerably more celebrated story. A final and rather fitting instance of exactly the pattern this whole night has already shown you shaping the record of nearly every woman this story has actually followed. Isabella of Jerusalem, Elizabeth of Hungary, and Shajar al-Dur alike, women whose own genuinely consequential actions survive, where they survive at all, chiefly as footnotes to the men whose own names the chronicles found considerably easier to remember. Charles of Anjou, the younger brother this story has already shown you fighting alongside Louis in the desperate battle at Mansourah, went on, within less than 2 decades of this same crusade's own catastrophe, to conquer the kingdom of Sicily itself, deposing the Hohenstaufen heirs of the very Frederick II this channel has already told you about in the earlier story of the Sixth Crusade, and building, across the following years, a Mediterranean power several contemporaries regarded as genuinely formidable, before a popular uprising remembered as the Sicilian Vespers shattered the greater part of that same hard-won kingdom in a single violent spring, a rise and a fall this channel may yet have occasion to tell you in full on some future night in this room, but one whose own earliest chapter this story wants you to remember was written in the mud and the blood of the very same canal crossing that killed one of his own brothers outright. Jean de Joinville himself lived to a genuinely remarkable old age, by the standards of his own century, surviving well into his own 90s and completing his own celebrated chronicle only a handful of years before his own death. A young nobleman who had once ridden away from his own castle, uncertain whether he would ever see it again, living long enough, in the end, to write the very account. This story has leaned on so heavily tonight, and to see the friend and king whose life he had recorded, formally declared a saint before his own long life finally reached its own quiet close. An old seneschal of Champagne who had, by his own account, refused to accompany Louis on that same second and final crusade to Tunis in 1270, judging, with the same plain good sense that runs through the whole of his own chronicle, that his own body was by then simply too old for another such campaign, a decision that meant Joinville was not present to see his own king die outside Tunis, but that also meant he lived on, decades longer, to become the very voice through which the whole of tonight's story has actually reached you. Thank you, as always, for spending this long, quiet stretch of the night here with me in this room. If tonight's story kept you company the way it was meant to, please subscribe to this channel and help us in reaching 1,000 subscribers. A small step that means more to this little corner of the internet than you probably realise. And remember that new episodes now find their way to Spotify for creators before they arrive anywhere else, if you would ever like to listen a little early. Now close your eyes, let this whole long story of forged signatures and flooded rivers, and a name that was trying, the entire time, to warn the very men marching toward it, drift gently out of reach, and let whatever is pressing on you tonight settle, just for now, into something smaller and more distant than a river, smaller even than a single name written once, long ago, into the walls of a town that is still standing there today. Good night and sweet dreams.